I didn't notice you there. How's it going? Yeah.
Love Kazoo!
It's time. Yeah. Any announcements this week? Anything new? Anything different?
Well, I mean, not this
Got
week.
my glasses back.
Oh, congrats.
Nice.
Good job.
You can see.
Can
2 months
you
later.
see what I see?
I see.
And now, actually,
A
I
screen
actually probably
or
not.
2 or 3 or 4 or 5.
Very good.
7. I have 7.
Oh, 7, you sorry bastard. I want one of your
Okay.
fucking screens.
Silence yourself. I will mute you.
I'm the one with that power.
Oh wait, I can't stop the stream from hearing you. No. Anyway, it's Hate, Laugh, Love this week,
It
right?
sure is.
Anything?
I'll to you, Ethan.
Oh yes, it's Hate, Laugh, Love. So this week it is news and game show. Sorry, we're all a little off this week or this day.
Yep.
Or weird.
It's gonna be a fun time, so check us out at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time on Friday, please.
Yeah.
That is all.
Excellent.
That is all.
September's around the corner. I hear something fun's going to happen on September 15th. Something about the fact that we're going to have a giveaway. Ah, that's right. We have one of these thingies. Look at how gorgeous this is. This is a pin, everyone. This is a
Oh, that's so
magnificent
hot.
pin. It's huge. It's 4 inches. It's got 4
So
things, and
big.
it's numbered. It's limited. There's only going to be 100 of these ever existing in existence, and we're giving some of them away. That's going to be September 15th, which is a Thursday. We don't usually do things on Thursdays. But we've got a new show coming out called The Mystery of Bloodheim. Almost fucked that one up. It's going to be a Pathfinder campaign. And I actually have a little snippet from the DM himself. Smithon. It's Smithin. We're all smitten with Smithin, that's why. Adventurers with shady pasts. Search, there we go, for secrets upon the floating city of home, with a capital H, because that's where it is. Look forward to that. There's going to be 5 of us. Zelda Elf 90, Michael Howard,
Hey.
Drow Now, a new face, although his name will be familiar. Rytak will be joining us for that, and myself. We'll be having a hoot and a half every other Thursday, starting on September 15th, at 8 p.m. MST. Be there. It's gonna be fun.
Or, you know,
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
be there, or we'll say you're square, but you're
Square.
probably circular.
Or rectangular.
You could also be
Triangular.
Triangular.
Octagonal?
Anyway.
Octagonal.
Can I be spherical?
No.
As long as I'm pineapple, that's all that matters. Yeah, that's
You'll be
that's
gold.
it.
That's a
That's all,
safety word.
folks.
We have to stop.
Roll that
that's
intro.
That's a
That's
safety
the-
word.
Roll
Yep,
it.
That's the intro.
Roll
you
it.
have to roll the intro. That's the safety word.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods. If not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Ding.
Headless Woody?
Yeah. Anyway,
I don't even know.
welcome back.
Me,
But can you show us? I'm gonna shut up now.
Last week, the party made it to Cephas, and we're pretty much given leeway to hang out and stay in Cephas's citadel. Mixinix said that she needed to speak with Cephas. Emma went off to go make some new bolts and arrows and stuff in any workshop she can find, which she will find very easily because there's one set up for her. Yeah, we had Deshane, who was like, "Ugh, all this talking," and Smasher, who has a new rupee forming. So
Things happen. Mistakes. We're not going to call that a mistake. Look, things happen. We're going to call it story progression.
Is that what we're gonna call it?
That's what I'm going to
Something
call
happened.
it. And we, the royal we, yes, the royal we are going to call that.
Look, I mean, reproduction happens somehow. Anyway.
It was really gooey.
Oh yeah,
Lots of lube was
you also learned that Smasher is carrying around some very interesting vials, several of which are kind of duplicating in nature, and he now has a vial of the mimic making juice that Mixinix still has some of. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and move to Mixinix, Deshane, and Smasher, while Emma is making bolts. If you wanted to make some more of what you've already had, along with anything new, it's still the same limitation as before.
What were my limitations again?
Level 3.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna play now. I'm gonna make some
There you go.
arrows. Here we go.
There you go, Emma. Have fun. Yeah. You guys are in something of a lounge now, where there's seating and drinks if you needed them. There's also actually a tobacco rack, Deshane.
Ooh.
So there's that
I guess I'll
available
go to
to you.
that for sure.
Yeah. There is also
One
another
day,
individual.
One day that's going to kill him. He's going to walk over to some tobacco rack, because that's what he does now. Is he just assumes that it's okay to take somebody else, like just go and grab. I mean, it is okay, obviously, right now, but that's how he dies. I'm just saying, all of this, and that's how he dies.
You're right, Smasher. The tobacco rack's gonna come alive and just gonna go and eat him up.
Gonna be poison or something.
Tobacco.
It's not
I
gonna
know
die
how
from
to
a
read a
gunshot,
room.
It's gonna be poison. Anywho, sorry.
There is another individual currently sitting in the lounge. He's got his feet propped up. He is kind of an odd-looking individual. He's got no hair, and he's covered in tattoos. And when I say he's got no hair, I mean he literally has no hair, no eyebrows, no eyelashes, no hair whatsoever on his body. And he kind of has a very smooth look to him. But he seems to be relaxing with a cigarette of his own making in his mouth as well. He does glance up when you guys enter the room.
Is it the crew?
Then goes, yes. This is the crew. I mean,
been a minute.
Mixinix doesn't know that.
We've met
It's the crew.
the crew before, haven't we?
Have you?
Yeah.
You met the crew in the tavern the one time. We met the crew in the tavern.
Yeah,
the
he
one
was
time.
hanging out.
Yeah, remember
Right,
because
right.
I forced
That was a while
Cephas to
ago,
be a
too.
better father.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
That
Had a
was
chat
in
with
Barovia.
Cephas and made Cephas have a chat with the crew.
Yeah. The crew kind of nods to you. A twinkle in his eye now that he recognizes you guys. But he goes back to reading his book.
Yeah, I pay him no mind.
Cephas sits down in one of the chairs and says, "We can talk here."
I kind of want an insight on Cephas and the crew's relationship. Like, how are they getting along? So, literally, the last thing I did was I told the crew to come meet with me and your dad, and then just left it to be just his dad to have conversation.
It'll be fine.
That was pretty interesting times for Cephas too.
Yeah, that was, yep. Those are the wrong dice entirely. Pray for me, guys.
Dice. We have to roll dice today? Oh my god.
You will probably
Okay,
have to roll dice today.
I will fight. This never happened.
The dice are not, these are not Mixie's dice. You can tell because they just rolled garbage for the warm-ups.
They're the garbage dice for the garbage
I did.
roll-ups.
Two rolls of 2, and it wasn't until I did my 5th one choosing my die that I got something decent. And by decent, I mean above a 3.
Ooh, that's disgusting.
Yeah, these are not Mixie's dice. I'm gonna have to fight with them. But that's a 17 on the die for the insight. My page is not loading.
I don't even have Beyond up right now. That's the DM was definitely prepared for everything except for looking at your characters.
Yeah, no. For some reason, D&D Beyond has not been loading for me. It's going very slow.
Your insight is a plus 10.
So that's a 27.
So 27. Yeah. Cephas doesn't seem at all disturbed by the crew's existence whatsoever, but you do get a sense of kind of annoyance from the crew, almost like he's been recently told off for something, but not like, oh, you're grounded for weeks. More like, hey, no, don't do that. And he didn't, acting like a cat.
He was whacked on the nose. The newspaper.
Yeah, he's a little disappointed by this.
Down. He was sprayed with the squirt bottle. Yeah, bad crew. Bad crew. Down crew.
Off the table. Off the table.
Off the table crew. Stop being a table crew.
He can't be a table. Unless table's another person.
Right, that's right. He's specifically that kind of shape changer. I was just thinking amorphous in my head. I forgot he was specifically that
There they
kind
are.
of changer.
I changed their dice back. That's why I couldn't find them.
What? Cephas takes a bite of a sandwich that has appeared in his hands.
Sandwiches are good.
One appears in
just-
your hand, Smasher.
I'm just perusing the tobacco table. Picking up, pinching up, fingers full. Find a
There is designations as to where the tobacco is from, and you can tell these are from different universes. And some of them have even, like, the location is the exact same, just in a completely different universe. And their smells are very different.
Oh yeah.
So I find my favorites and I load up.
I remember a thing from a while ago, and we were in a perfect place to ask on information on how to make that thing. We had a really neat thing. You were there, Dad. It was like a hookah lounge in one of those towers. I thought that was really cool. Also, we knew this guy once. I can't remember if you met him. He was kind of an edgelord, really moody, but he had this really cool vaporizer. We used to smoke it together sometimes. And I was thinking, that those two things are very similar, so that they could possibly somehow. You get what I'm saying?
Like a movable room of rest.
I mean, in that case, yeah, kind of. I imagine that would have to work with some sort of cartridge system, though.
Sure.
Be persistent. Ooh, a
Complications.
juice.
Complications to the full benefits of a room of rest, but
What about like a high potion vaporizer? You know what I'm saying?
now that
Seems more reasonable.
is actually already something that can be done.
Oh.
Would you like one?
I would like to vaporize different potions regularly, yes. Also, I have vials that I'm not really sure what they do, and at some point I might buy them. Also, I'm thinking about getting a new stomach, and your input on that would be great.
You mentioned
This is happening. All right, we're gonna make this happen one way or another.
Explain to me the stomach and where and why.
Well, I'm not really sure what happens when I consume things, because I really don't have to. And I've been doing it, like with the sandwich earlier, I've been doing that recently. And I do find enjoyment out of it, but I don't find purpose out of it. You know what I'm saying? And, I mean, I haven't tried to, like, eat my foes yet. I mean, not while they're still living, I guess. But, I had seen a thing that our friend Emma has a bag of devouring, and I was thinking that combined with me would mean lots of pain for somebody. Also, there's other possibilities, I feel like. I might be able to turn myself into a potion mixing jug. I don't know.
Cephas's eyes flash green for a moment.
Never know if that's good.
And
Never know if that's
Smasher, a memory pops up in your head. This memory involves what sounds like this terrified, painful screaming from not one person, not really two people either, from probably about 20 different individuals. Like they are experiencing the most horrible pain they could ever experience and still yet live. And you see currently running across a field several individuals who you don't think are quite human anymore. They must have been at one point because they all seem to have some human parts, but their parts have been replaced by robotic and metallic parts. And not willfully, and clearly very painfully done so as well, because these individuals have been driven mad in pain. When you said you haven't tried to eat your foes, you noticed that Cephas had a moment of near panic on his face. And then this memory happens, and you see these individuals actually attacking people and eating them. And then the memory goes away.
Was that on purpose?
Just a memory. Don't try to eat your foes. It's not pleasant.
Well, that was kind of the workaround here, because I wouldn't be doing that in this case. I hadn't tried to do it myself, but basically if I'm... It's not really much of a difference of me holding the bag in front of myself or inside of myself, if that's the case. Was just the thought that I had. But also,
mean-
maybe give myself properties of. I really have to work with this alchemical stuff. I really need to work with these files because maybe I can just give myself the properties of that battery. That seems dangerous. That seems really dangerous.
You should definitely be careful what you're doing. Especially since
Yeah, I'm always careful.
I have heard of individuals ceasing to exist because of mixing too much of the wrong stuff.
Mix the right stuff together. Got you.
Cephas glances over at Mixinix. There's a mild look of concern in his eyes.
Mix the right stuff. All right. No. Good talk. Maybe I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
Yeah, Mixie's just like, he's yours.
This is your son. Yeah, I know. Ugh. And he does all the things I did. I'm trying to stop that. Ugh.
I'm sharing your memories, dude.
Ugh.
Actually, even without that, I don't know that you'd stop that. I don't know. It seems to be common.
That's
trend,
a memory you'd
you know?
eventually have had anyway.
Anyhow.
Well. Do you three need anything more?
Yeah. A plan. What's our next move?
Well, my next move depends on why, where, and when. You see, I find myself in that sort of position where a lot of the things that need to be done, I can just delegate to someone else, and I don't have to do much of anything at all. Ever since Ravenloft, there haven't been excessively powerful entities gallivanting around the multiverse. In fact, it's quite empty in the multiverse right now when it comes to entities that could say they're gods but really aren't. That being said, I am curious to know as to where they went, why, and how to keep such as the ones that are still around, like the Man in Black, from going beyond.
Okay, then. Who do we have to kill?
I think it's more apt to say we should climb a tower. I believe, or at least in your case, the possibility of climbing that tower denotes getting rid of the Man in Black. Would I be wrong?
I don't know. I have to kill the Crimson King to get there. And probably the Man in Black. But who else? Who else threatens everything?
Well, like I said, there's not much of anything to threaten everything right now. Though I do have a couple things that need protecting in a different sense. Not long ago, an old friend of mine reached out to me. He has recently taken over a new leaf in his book. He's a sheriff now in a small town. And had heard that I've also changed some. So if you'd like, you could go assist him in his problem. It involves protecting his town.
Well, we need more allies. And then we'll gather them all up, make the final push.
I mean, bodies won't be too difficult to throw at something. I've got plenty of those.
Still, need more than just robot cannon fodder. We need more like Smasher, not like your automatons.
This is very true. Which would denote, going to assist people. So, is that an option you'd like to take right now, or should I be sending some of my automatons?
I'm going to look at everyone else. Who's here, I should say. How do you both feel?
We're always happy to help.
I'm good at making allies.
Also, weird thought, but crates of replicating juice plus mimic juice plus lots of mindless robots. Like, you could just stick some minds in those pretty. I mean, if all of those robots were mimics instead. I'm sorry, I'm still talking out loud. I apologize.
Where's Emma?
Making
Is
arrows, I believe.
that way. A thin line of green kind of leads you a direction into the tower.
Okay, you guys rest up. I'll go help her out. Tell her what the plan is. And then I leave, picking my hat up off the table.
I'll turn to Mixie then and go, alright, you know better than I do. How do I make it do things?
Are you trying to ask me how to befriend your axe?
Well, I guess friendship as well. But you did wings. I was hoping for, I don't know, like a mallet or a fly swatter, or I've had lots of ideas. Also, I don't think he likes me.
That's going to be your biggest struggle because Pip and I are basically the same person now.
Not really a
Befriend your
person, it's
axe.
an axe. I mean, I feel like I'm pretty good at making friends. Seems a little difficult, a little edgy, because he's an axe. He's edgy.
There is a mouth that forms somewhere around the base where the axe head meets the axe shaft, and you just hear it say, "Fucking seriously, why?" And then it disappears.
That was
Fine.
fun.
Can I hear it?
Oh yeah, it said that out loud.
What?
Pip, is this like your annoying
That was-
younger cousin or something?
You get a definite shrug from Pip.
I don't know how to help you with that one.
Giant mallet.
Fine. The axe shifts, and you see the form change into a massive mallet. And it vibrates ever so softly in your hand, Smasher, and you just hear out loud, because a mouth is formed at the mallet head. I mean, seriously, like, King, why?
Because
why
you
not?
said so, young man.
I'd argue why not.
Lady.
But so like, can give you things? Like, do you like things? Well, I guess you don't know. You don't like. Obviously, you know that you don't like things because you don't like me, and that's fair. I don't like me sometimes, but that's besides the point. Like, do you have likes?
The mouth changes to a nose, and you hear it go, and then the nose disappears.
Not helpful. We're gonna figure this out together.
You have a massive mallet now with the Vorpal properties. Figure out how that works.
Well, so at some point, never mind. We'll talk about it when it gets there. I mean, it was like I feel like we're getting there. I feel like we're gonna figure this out together. I feel like we're getting there. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. How long was it? I can't remember. How long was it for you before you can fly? Because I expect, like, I can already fly, right? Like having like actually aerodynamic parts to me would actually be helpful. Also, whatever little spike ball thing you do, absolutely phenomenal. But it's like small. Can you imagine me, giant spike ball? Well, that's a whole other thing. Wait, no, you actually became one with your. I have ideas.
I pray it's not the same idea I just randomly had.
What do you think?
No.
No. What do you think? Come on. You can think it to me. Private thoughts. Hearing.
Just dropping some of the mimic goo on you. It's immediately part of you. But I don't know how you'll handle having a whole nother personality, considering you can't even handle your rats.
He doesn't like me very much.
What do you do if the you that gets dropped on you doesn't like you either? And now you're forever stuck with it.
Well, I mean, yeah. Ooh. I have a hard enough time handling one soul at the moment, I think.
Uh-huh.
Okay, but what if we turn Emma into a mimic? Because then that...
No.
You just straight turn Emma, like, Emma,
No.
like... Because I'm a construct, that's one thing, but, like... You know what we could do? Do you know what we could do when Shane's sleeping? Let's take his hat and turn it into a mimic.
And there's the squeak of the episode, folks. Clip that. Clip them all together. Whoever's clipping.
This is
Best idea
This is what you
I've ever
get.
come up with.
what you get.
When you let your heart win.
Admittedly, I think I have a billion more ideas, but I think I'm just gonna start writing things down at some point and submitting them to you. And we
I
can
want them.
probably move on from this, because honestly, I think Mixie and I could probably end up doing this all day. And that's side quest stuff.
I want them.
It's gonna be so much fun. I'm gonna write down so many
Aw.
things, it's fun.
I also need to have a conversation with Cephas about... Hey, first of all, how many days? Are we still sitting at 5? Has the day passed?
No, it has not passed yet, so just 5 still.
Time is weird. It's hard to track when not
Well,
a day has
especially
passed
since-
in 3 weeks.
Especially since several days passed, and then I had to jump from 7 to 5
Yeah.
instead of the normal. But yeah, no, it's still 5.
So, divinity! Cephas.
His eyes suddenly change color, by the way. They go from being this kind of hazy green to now glowing gold, like a kind of bright, shiny gold. And he goes, "You do practically shine with it. What do you want to know?"
What is it doing to me? Because it's doing something.
Well, depending on the kind of person you are, the kind of people you tend to attract will start to worship you.
Don't
Whether
want
you
that.
want them to or not.
Well-
It is not a choice in the matter. They start to worship you anyway. Won't lie, when I first chose divinity, I embraced the idea of people worshiping me. But back then, the kind of people I tended to attract turned out to be monsters. And, a lot of horrible things happened. A lot of very horrible things happened. Suffice it to say, you are not that kind of person. Whom I suspect you will attract, the kind of people that will worship you will be bringers of joy, but also swift justice.
Okay.
Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if you suddenly had paladins worshiping you at some point.
Oh, God.
Just don't take any advice from any current divine beings or anyone who calls himself a god. They will only lead you astray and try to take your power, essentially.
What about, like Lyra?
It's a gamble. She was your patron. Has a lot to answer for giving you over to the first one. You could
Isn't
have
that
been led
for
astray
me?
by him, so. Oh, yes. Not for me to deal with. I don't play around with that sort of thing anyway. If you wanted to, you could. Or you could simply just do the, in my opinion, better option. Forgiving and forgetting. And then letting it not really be a thing.
Do I go back home? It's where I was even home.
For you, technically no. It wasn't. In truth, because of what you are, I don't know if you could say you have a home yet. But at the same time, you don't have a following yet, and multiverse is massive. And the Feywilds are through it all, so sure you'll carve yourself out your own home.
I can't just not have it, can I?
I mean, that is an option. Not an option that's easy for your kind specifically to take. And not one I would suggest you take, and I am all for taking that option at any given turn.
Okay.
The Feywilds are wild, and there's no knowing what would happen if you specifically stopped being a deity. not really something I would like to see happening. But
Fair enough.
if you chose that option, I would help you. I would not hesitate to help you either.
Just curiosity.
I'm gonna have the homunculus servant kind of try to sneak up behind Cephas and pour a little bit of the goo on Cephas directly, just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
All right. Roll a stealth roll for him.
There is. I always have to find him. That's stealth. 23? Oh wait, hold on. What's it? Let me just make sure I don't get I think I get a bonus. Doesn't homunculus servant work? I can't remember. I don't know if either of you played
Proficiency
Armor
bonus.
Mistress. They do get your proficiency
They do.
bonus added to it as well, right?
Yes.
So that is 28 then.
All right. 28. Very nice.
Nice.
Roll a
Celebration
percentile
of
die
life.
for me, and Smasher roll a perception.
Okay, so I'm gonna do 3 dice at once. Okay. So on my dice, on my percentile, I rolled a 98, and on my perception, I rolled a nat 20.
Oh, nice. Nat 20. That's a good roll for your perception.
That's
Right.
28.
Yeah. First off, both of you notice Cephas just kind of shivers briefly. And other than that, he doesn't give any indication that he notices anything.
Okay.
Smasher, since you know what you just did, you're looking a little bit further and deeper. And you are a little connected to Cephas. There's a brief moment of uncomfortability. Like he's uncomfortable for a very brief moment. And then it's like he went right back to being normal.
All right, so I have a plan that does not have to take place on screen, or it can. But here's the plan. I plan to take the vial that I just used on him, put it on me. I know I already have a connection, but I'm hoping this will kind of deepen that connection a little bit, help me understand some things. But the other side of that, I would like to then pour a vial on myself personally, and then 2 of them, and then pour those on the homunculus servant and the steel defender so that they have my essence, my specific essence.
You actually know you don't have to do that.
I don't have to do that?
Yeah, because they are actually made out of the same material you are.
I was kind of hoping for a little bit more autonomy. It was less of a material
autonomy?
thing. I was trying to create a little bit more cranial autonomy.
The way you would know to do that would be to use the mimic goo.
So I admittedly I have some other notes that I was planning on doing that as well. So instead of the first, we will do it the second way and use those on. So that's what I was. So if this didn't work, admittedly, what you said to me was my next plan of attack. And again, this doesn't have to, but the fallout from it is going to be hilarious.
I hate it.
I
I
know.
hate it so much fun.
I know. So
You just
good.
basically undid what my other character did to Cephas. Yuna cursed but not really cursed Cephas.
She
You
wished
just basically
wished away his ability to clone himself. Now,
Yeah, but if you
technically,
build something
duplicates
and it,
aren't exactly clones, so duplicating himself, on the other hand.
And he didn't duplicate himself. Smasher duplicated him.
Yep.
It is the easiest
Well,
loophole.
now he can duplicate himself
I can do
because
it.
of what Smasher did.
Mm-hmm.
Cephas. I mean, what he does with that ability, who knows? Who knows? He seems different than
It's
he
gonna
did
be
when he was trying to
perfectly
clone
fine,
himself.
guys. It's gonna be perfectly fine.
It's gonna be fine.
This is fine. Everything's fine. The world's on fire. This is fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right. With
not
that, back to the conversation, which was interrupted. We're going to go ahead and scuttle over to you, Duchesne, walking in on the area that Emma is currently working, and then we'll come back to that conversation.
How's it going?
You just see flashes from some strange device that Emma's holding. She's just got her goggles on, hood's back, ears up, little headpiece, sparks coming out. It's kind of a little blinding. You might be familiar with something like this, actually. She would call it an arcane welder. You would just call it the welder.
Okay. I'm just going to like walk up like that from like this part. I
Boots.
doubt there's any way that I can help.
Oh! Didn't hear you coming. Goggles up. I don't think so. I mean, most of the chanting's being done by other people. I can't do that. I could just make the arrows. Or the bolts. Technically, there's a difference. I don't actually really pay attention to that, though. I don't care. Crossbows. All the way, baby. Silent power.
We have a plan when you get done.
Oh, good.
We're gonna go help out some what could possibly be allies for the future. So
No, I can be done at any moment. I mean, this is just restocking and making new ones. I've still got plenty of other stuff, so no need to wait,
restock,
really.
make new ones. I'm gonna take a rest. And I'm gonna walk to somewhere where I can sit down and I'm gonna like lean up, pull my hat down to take a short rest. Because I need to.
I am going to look at him, make a face, and oh fuck, that's not a half bad idea. Start working on a different design. And at some point, while he's asleep, go over and take a few bullets. Not from his gun, just from the bag of holding that I know he carries them in. Or from his bandolier, I'll just let him know in the morning. And form and fashion a crossbow bolt that, when launched and when it hits, will have the pin activate the back of the bullet when it hits the target.
Just a quick 50 caliber bolt.
Yeah, just a quick 50 caliber bullet that I'm transporting to a different location to shoot.
That's
See if
not
it
a bad
works.
idea. Well,
Then I will make stuff. I have a list. How many bolts do I get to make?
30 total. So split that how
30
you
total.
want.
Delightful.
But I will let you have a roll for this this bullet idea.
This bullet.
This bullet on your tools.
Oh, on my tools. Right, I have proficiency with that. That means I have a +10. Did I get special tools? No, that wasn't this one. I'm not an artificer. Okay.
If you want special tools, you know where to find special tools.
Shoot, actually, yeah. Can I find Smasher?
Oh, easily. And you would know probably about doing that before going in the first place.
Yeah. I'll
Yeah,
finish
you
up
probably.
my...
I probably would have let you have as soon as you were ducking off to go stuff. I'm not planning on using a tool right now, so I probably would let you use it.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Would I have advantage then?
Yeah.
Sweet. Give me something better. It was mildly better. I say mildly better. It's
Mildly.
actually better by 6. I rolled a 9 on the first and a 15 on the second. I'm adding dex and proficiency, so 25.
Very nice. All right. You fashion a bolt that you think you can do, and you get 5 of those for free.
Ooh!
So a total of 35 bolts in the end.
Sweet. Color me excited. I'll put a gold. I have no idea how much these bullets are worth, so I'll just put a gold for each bullet I take inside the bag. Like, this'll pay for it. Yeah, this'll be fine.
You know what would make Deshane happy? If you made him some bullets since he was sleeping. If you were finished with your bolt making, if you had time to make him some bullets,
I need
a couple little fancy things. I don't know
need to
what
get a
time
long
of
rest.
sleep.
I still need to get a
that's
long
fair.
rest, because I actually got injured and hit up.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
The
Something
fighter only
actually
needs a
hit
short
me.
rest because fighters only need short rests.
Fighters and warlocks.
Yeah. And monks.
Yeah. Never played
But not
one,
this
yeah.
monk.
Not this monk. Not
That
this
monk
Yeah,
doesn't
not
even
this
need to
one.
rest.
You guys, you
It's
can have
magic.
long rests, by the way. Including you, Deshane, if you want it, but you don't need it technically. So,
We could just consider it a long rest.
yeah.
Just as conceptually. Even though
Yep.
a short rest just gave me everything back anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we're gonna scoot back to Mixinix.
Hopscotch and boogie. I still even... Okay, cool.
So, what do you recommend I do?
Well, I assume you can feel something ticking away, for lack of a
Something.
better way of putting it.
Something, yeah.
Wait for that. Whatever that is. That's a moment, or an event that happens somewhere that will call to you, or you do, that causes you to find your place.
That's horrifying. All the things I've been through, that's the scariest thing to happen yet.
Just know, no matter what, you always have somewhere to stay here. That was definitely Mixinix's internal monologue in the background.
The parakeet screaming.
What do you know about the lizard people? I don't. My notebook's missing, but we know who
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
talking about.
The lizard
Well-
people.
The winged lizard people that.
Are from Mixinix's memory and past.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't learned anything new about them, but I have started to scour across the multiverse that I have access to right now, and I am getting access to much more as days go by, and seeking any information I can about them. So as soon as I learn something, I will let you know.
Perfect.
And if they are as dangerous as they sound, which they are from what you said, it will not take me long to find information about them. It could be they are at war with another large multiversal grouping. Hopefully. If they are, I'll be joining in on someone's side for sure. Not theirs. But yeah, I'll let you know as soon as I find something out.
Perfect.
By the way, the name of the individual you will be meeting when you head off to the town of Endeval is Sheriff Daryl Buck. Daryl's an old friend. And by friend, I mean he was a bandit when I first met him. I hired him to do a job. A few weeks back, he heard about what I now do in the multiverse and reached out saying that he's become a sheriff of a town, the town of Endeval. And he quite fancies the people here, but they are being threatened by what he calls dries. Now, he didn't give any explanation as to what a dry is, but apparently dries are attacking their town, and he would like some assistance. Sounds pretty mundane, but I don't actually know the world he's in. It's a brand new universe from what I can tell. So I'll be interested to find out how he got there.
Okay.
And as soon as you guys would like to leave, which there's really no rush right now. Time is one of those things, and at the moment, time is moving weird for them, so you've got plenty of time before anything becomes dire there.
Time is always weird. No ifs, ands, or buts. It's just
How it ends up being.
the fact that there was a multiversal spot that 2 hours could be 18 months.
"18 months could be 2 hours.
Yeah.
You never know. Well, I'm going to go deal with some other tower-related things. If you need me, you know how to reach me.
So what'd you yell at the crew for?
He glances over at the crew, and the crew glares up at you. And he goes, "He was trying to murder some individuals that acted on their conscience." Some other grouping that the first one brought into Ravenloft destroyed the Collector and attacked the crew. Yes. They, as far as I can tell, they were only working on what their conscience told them, so I'm not faulting them for it.
We were able to recover the stuff, though, weren't we?
Stuff? Ah. What I was trying to get from there. Yes. What happened to that?
Just turns to the crew.
The crew lights another one of those cigarettes and lifts his book a little higher to hide his face.
You didn't get it, did you?
Cephas chuckles and goes, "It would seem he did not." I'm very curious to find out what they did with it, but Ravenloft is currently out of my hands, so can't find that out. Don't ask me how I got here, because I don't actually know. Which is a little scary, not gonna lie. But not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. I'd rather know where my children are, especially that one. And with that, Cephas stands up, nods to you, Mixie Nix, nods to you, Smasher, and walks out of the room.
I'm off. After the conversations, I probably, while he was talking to Mixinix there at the end, I probably had wandered off into the corner somewhere with my alchemical set and just like started working and playing with different ideas. Started just kind of working on some of my stuff. So I'm probably in my own little world, muttering to myself in a corner. But I'm probably muttering to myself in that
It's
I can get
Remin.
Oh, I know. This will be fine.
Reminiscent of what Callus would do when Callus was working on his stuff, but in binary.
Right. Exactly.
All right, yeah. You guys get the option to take a long rest, and
Fix my health pool, by the way.
good. Yes, much better. 145
Yes, that
makes
seems-
way more sense.
Then 108, yeah. I went and
Way
re-rolled
more
and I'm like,
sense.
oh, that makes more sense. But at first I didn't carry the 1 or the tens column down when I did it by hand. At first I'm like, no, that's about the same. I'm like, oh wait, no, there's like 40 points right over here that I need. Hand math.
These haven't been applied yet.
I swear, I was a math major at one point, yo.
Doubt. Press X for doubt.
I was.
F in chat.
I taught atomic theory at a college level. God damn it! I can count up to.
Oh dear. Anyway, yeah, dawn
6.
rises, and guys, you guys know where to go through a portal to get to where you have agreed to go. You were informed as to where that is the night before.
Okay. I'm gonna swipe some breakfast in the morning and wait for everyone there. I'll wake up early. I went to bed first.
Yeah, Cephas has taken after the orcs in that he makes sure his food stores are the most optimal and best. So whatever you want to find, you will find in that kitchen.
I would like to have a copy made of the Gourmet's cookbook, so it's there. I still want to hold on to my original copy, but I want to.
Yeah, share his.
It's a
Wisdom
signed original.
reminder.
Come on, you have to hold on to that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a one of a kind item. Well, a one of a kind now copied item, but the one that is in Mixie Nix's possession is one of a kind. There is no other out there. Unless you go to Skyrim. Anyway. Yeah. So now Cephas has a copy of the Gourmet's cookbook.
I just throw some shit in a tortilla and roll it up. And I've got like a mug of coffee and I'm laying it up against the wall as you guys show up.
Eating a very interesting breakfast in a tortilla.
Mm-hmm.
Smells really
None of that
ridiculously
beans on
good,
toast
whatever it is.
bullshit.
Which there is available if any.
Yeah, I pass. I look down on it, and then
And
I
I'm
look
already
at it,
eating
whatever
it. I've been in
robot
the room
is,
the whole
is
time, just
serving.
shoveling these baked beans and eating toast roll and go, oh, how to say? This shit is the best.
I'm gonna look down, look up at you, look down, look up at you. And then I'm just gonna turn away from you with my burrito full of Mexican beans. And I'm gonna walk away.
I'm just sitting at the table watching this happen, eating like strawberry cream cheese crepes. Just kind of.
I think Smasher's letting them all eat, but he's working on a copy of the like a standalone copy of the Homunculus Servant. Because what I think he wants to do is try to leave a little him behind for his dad. So his dad has basically a miniature him to help him around with tasks.
Nice, leaving behind a part of yourself.
My heart.
That's adorable. What?
He got a piece of dad. He has, you have to return that. Boo! Let's get back to edgelord stuff.
Boo!
Family. It matters. Okay? Gosh, we learned this in Fast and Furious, man. Family, it's all that matters. Alright,
Family.
yeah.
I didn't know I
Too
became
much.
Vin
What
Diesel
allows me
too.
to defy the laws of physics in a car.
Family. It's the reason why I can
Family.
fly into
We're,
space with a
we're going to Mars in the next one. Fuck.
We're going
I
to
have a
Mars.
question about that. Hold on. I know this is side railing the entire campaign, but I walked into a store and I was watching what I thought was like Apollo 15 or something like that, and it turned out to be Fast and the Furious. And what's up with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they went to space in the
What's up with
last
that?
one.
It was rockets going into space,
They,
and I thought that movie was supposed to be about cars.
It is.
and like
It
drugs.
is. It was.
You want to know what
Okay,
the
cool.
original
I'm glad
movie's
that
about?
this
The
isn't just me.
original movie, Vin Diesel was stealing VCRs out the back of semis, and
I
Normal.
feel
a
you.
cop
VCRs,
was
they're like
planted there by
$5
the
now.
FBI to thwart
I'm
them,
just
if
saying,
you will.
I
That's how
remember
it
that
started.
when this-
They're in space now. Let
I'm
that
just
sink
saying.
in.
So I'm glad
This is
this
a hate
isn't
laugh
just
love,
me. I'm sorry to derail
Sorry.
the entire thing. I know this isn't
Family.
hate, laugh, love.
Family.
I just okay. I've calmed
no,
down.
it's a thing. It's a thing. You just listen. You just gotta accept it. When you see stuff like that, you just gotta go.
Fuck
Alright.
this, I'm out.
I'm alive today.
Yeet.
Today I am alive.
Hey.
But yeah. So
Oh,
you're
yeah.
working on a little miniature you to leave behind, and yeah, you guys get breakfast. Breakfast.
Breakfast.
Yeah, you don't really
Waffles.
notice anyone actually working, by the way, inside the tower. Like, you don't see people. Or robots, for that matter. It just seems empty.
Okay. Once we're all fed, we head to the portal.
Alright.
Rule of Doom.
You're
And
muted.
Smash It, you can
Can't
totally
hear
leave
a
behind.
fucking word you're saying, Mexi.
What's that?
I'm muted.
So violent. Wow.
I know. I was just
With
saying.
so
I have
much
a plate
emotion.
of crepes that I'm like. I just get another plate as we're leaving. I have to feed two other people. Okay.
Let it hear your
This is
voice.
true.
I'm eating for 3.
Oh,
I'm not
will
eating
try-
for one of you.
I would like to try to feed the.
I
verbal
use fucking as a flavoring
hammer.
in a sentence one time. Suddenly, I'm aggressive.
A little face appears.
What-
It's Brew
what
and
do you-
Pip. Just two little-
Sentence enhancers.
What do you want to feed him?
No, we're just eating.
Whatever's around, I'm gonna try to offer where I thought the mouth was like food, and wait for snarky responses.
The response you get back is, dude, seriously, no, I don't eat.
Why not?
I don't need to.
But it's tasty.
I mean, me neither. I do it. Watch, see, safe. Like when you're trying to convince somebody that like safe food, good food, safe like a
good,
caveman.
yum.
See, safe.
The response you get back is, you're a fucking imbecile.
I'm gonna eat the rest of this myself. God damn it. He doesn't like me. Nixie, he doesn't like me.
Do I hear him call Smasher an imbecile? Do I hear
No,
that?
that he is doing internally.
Okay, good.
No mouth showed up for that one. He was forming
Well,
a
you
mouth
could always
to
make him
speak
regret
earlier.
life more and tell him you'll stop if he behaves.
All of a sudden, I have John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt playing in my head.
Jacob. Oh my gosh.
That's such a
Lord.
callback, Smasher.
Okay, this is a
So
huge
good.
callback to another campaign.
I love you.
But I just have John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith just on replay in the back of my head.
That's how
Yeah.
our friendship basically started.
All right.
Yeah.
You guys walk through the portal and you find yourself on a dirt road that looks like it is heavily traveled by carts and horses. In roll 20, I am going to move you to a new map.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Dun dun
We
dun
got a
dun
map!
dun 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 dun. Right, anyway. Here's Endeval.
It's such a
The
sad little town.
small, tiny, teeny, itty bitty town in the literal edge of nowhere and everywhere. The end of all, you could say. This is the town of Endeval. The first two locations you see upon entering this location. Well, first off, it's hot. It's roll stealth for me. It's like upper 90s currently. You can hear sounds of bugs, birds, and chirping insects, and you do see shrubbery and whatnot. So it's not a desert area, but it is definitely hot today. This
Shrubbery?
right here, shrubbery, is a stable. It does not look like any horses are currently being held in it, and there's a sign outside of it that says "Self-serve stable. Hitch your own horses, you lazy loaf." And then
How
right
charming.
here, right here is an inn. It's not a very big inn, but the doors are those swingy doors that you'd usually find at a cantina or something. And you can hear the sound of a piano that is automatically going piano. Several of the keys are off tune, and it's just doing this little ditty thing that's for fun and whatnot, but you don't hear anybody having fun inside. This over here, further down the road, you can see our housing and what looks like, this right here looks like a sheriff's office. And sitting on a deck right outside of it is a duder who has his hat propped down a lot like Deshane tends to do when Deshane is taking a nap. And this guy looks like he is in fact taking a nap. He's the only sign of life you currently see.
Mixie, go ask him. Smasher, check out
Ask him
the.
what?
Ask him who's in charge. Smasher, check out the inn.
I can do that.
Check out the sheriff's office. Emma, I trust you to do what you do.
I am
Speaking of
nowhere
which,
inside. I rolled a natural 20. So,
Nice for a total of
44.
44, the highest Emma can get on her stealth. Time and space seem to move in a slow manner as everything is dark around.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and go invisible as well, though.
How do I feel in this new multiversal location? Place has been having weird effects on me, so I'm curious.
This place specifically rings a familiar yet unfamiliar vibe within you. You know you don't belong here. You know Smasher does not belong here. But you can tell that despite not being from here, Deshane would have no problem belonging here. You suspect Emma does not belong here either. But other than that, you don't really feel any different, and nothing
It's
seems
not gonna
off.
try. It's not doing the rejecting thing like the last.
Yeah, you don't feel like you're being rejected by it.
Cool. And I'm just
You
gonna
just feel
skip
like you
on
don't
ahead.
belong.
Then I'm just gonna skip.
So that does make me feel like if I put a cowboy hat on, maybe you wouldn't feel like I don't belong.
Well, while he was
Cowboy
sleeping,
hat.
did you drop the stuff?
Oh, I did.
Dropped the acid man while he was sleeping, bro.
I totally forgot to do Deshane's. Do the same. You're right. You're right. I was focused. I was experimenting. We'll do it.
It's okay. I can do it.
This is like,
Yeah, no, you do. You're right. Here. That's right.
So-
Why would I do it? You do it. Absolutely.
So I'm gonna shrink,
okay.
and I'm gonna fly to Shane's hat, and just
Little drop.
little drop and fly off, and land and become big again, skipping forward, laughing maniacally.
Alright. Deshane, roll a perception roll and a percentile die. Mixie Nix, roll a percentile die for me.
Nope. Okay.
Yeah, no, you don't need to do the stealthy stuff. You're too small. He doesn't notice you. The perception is for something else.
I know it doesn't matter, but I rolled a percentile die for funsies, and I rolled triple
68%.
zeros.
68.
And 10 perception.
For your percent.
61.
Nice. As you are leaving, Mixie, there is almost a feeling of the hat itself tipping itself slightly to you. You don't notice this though, Deshane. In fact, you don't notice anything off about your hat at all.
Okay. I continue my journey to the sheriff's office.
I will invisibly go and check on the things you told me.
All right.
I love this already, and I can't wait to see where this goes.
Oh.
Maniacal Mixie Nix is coming up behind Deshane. I take it you were following him. Where were you going, Mixie Nix?
I was told to talk to somebody.
Oh yeah, the guy that's currently sleeping out front the sheriff's office.
Oh, okay.
So you guys are basically in the same area. And I'll just let Emma decide where she is. You can move yourself. But where are you, or what are you generally doing, Emma?
Keeping an eye.
Babies.
I'm. Boop, 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 boop. Is there a clock tower? There's not a clock tower.
No.
I'm gonna go up here.
It does seem like that's the highest point. I mean, it's generally the same height as right here or right here, but it is a very good spot to see the whole town, specifically the sheriff's office right here.
Sweet.
Nobody knows you exist. Nobody even suspects that there is anything like you that exists in the world, in the multiverse even.
Oh,
But
I melted from
Yeah.
existence.
you've got a very good view. You can actually see that over here are some fields that have been tended to, but you don't see anyone tending to them. They are very much manicured and well-preserved fields, though. Clearly well stocked with good grains and good whatever the green stuff is. Who knows? It's probably tomatoes or potatoes.
That's a
And then
well-dressed bush.
a well-dressed bush.
Very well trimmed.
It's taking out its friends.
Cap-
Anyway, there is a house right over here. The one thing you'll
Oh,
notice
cats.
about this house over here that's different from all the other houses is it is covered in plant life. Didn't really denote that on the map, I apologize. But it is covered in plant life. And it looks like that's where the farm, or farmer rather, would be.
Probably a druid.
Yeah,
I'm gonna blame a druid. I'm gonna say it's a druid.
probably. You get a good view of Smasher turning invisible and walking into the inn, and Duchesne
wasn't
walking
obvious
into
at all.
the. Not even remotely. His two buddies are still there with him. Hard to see them though. Duchesne walking into the sheriff's office, and Mixie Nix walking up to the guy sleeping. We'll do you first, Mixie Nix.
Mixing
guy sleeping.
mix.
He's just sitting there, like, doesn't even notice Duchesne walk by.
Good morning. I'm gonna like tap his hat a little bit. Afternoon, evening, definitely not
Howdy
night,
there.
but hi.
You're a tiny person.
Maybe you're just really big.
Well, I might just be real big, but if I'm just real big, then everybody in this town's real big except for Miss Oh, I was like, I forgot her name. Except for Miss Morgren over there in the inn, she's a dwarf. So, are you also a dwarf?
No,
No?
I'm not that small. Trust me. You'll see when you stand up.
He stands up.
When he stands up,
Straightens his
I
back.
grow to match. Just kind of seamlessly, like as he's standing up. When he stands up, I'm just there, face level.
Yeah, he grabs onto the railing around him. He's like, "What in high sorcery you? What?
I don't know what the problem is.
You very
I-
okay. I did-
It's okay. It's a common mistake. I look much smaller when I'm feeling a little down.
We're gonna go into the sheriff's office because that guy is currently brain dead. He is in shock at the moment. He was not expecting this by any means whatsoever. I mean, Gnome walks up to you and is like, "I'm not small. You're just big." And then suddenly it's the same size as you, and you're like, "What? I just stood up to prove a point." But wait a second. Yeah, that guy's gone crazy. Duchesne walking into the sheriff's office.
He was honestly
There
being
is-
homophobic at the time. That's fair, makes sense.
There is there is a very bearded fellow currently sitting behind a desk writing down in a notebook. He looks rough around the edges. He has this kind of weird looking scar right here. You would see it as being a bullet wound scar, but you can't really see any damage to the skull itself, so clearly it was a ricochet of some kind. But it did leave a scar on his head. And he glances up at you, and there's a young man sitting next to him. The young man sitting next to him kind of has this very somber, dark appearance to him. Looks like he's been through a lot recently. But you can see that he's got a deputy badge on, and the guy sitting behind the desk has a sheriff badge on. Well, howdy there. Welcome to Endeval. What can I do you for?
I'm going to pause for a second, and I'm just going to scan around in the building for a minute, for like 2 or 3 seconds.
It's your pretty typical sheriff office / jailhouse. There's a door that looks like it could be heavily locked with iron bars that leads to another room that probably has some jail cells in it. There's also a loft area where someone probably lives, the sheriff. And then this area specifically has what looks like a cupboard, but the cupboard is currently locked.
Okay.
But there are only 2 people in here, the sheriff and his deputy.
Okay, I'm going to look back at both of them. I'm going to slightly tip my hat, and I'm going to say, long days and pleasant nights. We heard you had trouble from a mutual friend of ours.
Tall fella, scary demeanor, freaky eyes.
Cephas?
That guy. Alright, cool.
Yes.
You a
What's the
gunslinger?
problem? Yes.
I mean, he was a gunslinger. The problem we've got is these dries. They came by a few days ago. Basically said if we don't clear out, they're gonna kill us all and take this town for themselves. And clearing out really isn't something these folks want to do. They'd rather go down with a fight. So I figured I'd make a call. See if Cephas could send some help. Like he said,
Well,
to
you've
you,
got
so
us.
how many you bring with you?
3 others. 2
The
of
guy
them
sitting
can
next
use
to him
magic.
goes, "That's-" The sheriff goes, magic. That weird stuff that Cephas could do.
Yes.
Gary, that might just well be enough. Cephas alone would have been enough. Go get Mac. Bring him in here. Find out what he's doing. Gary stands up. What's your name? My name's Daryl Buck.
Deshane.
Sheriff around here. Shane? Nice to meet you. He stands up. You can tell he's getting older, but not quite old, but getting older. Yes. So the real problem we've been getting is there's these 2 outlaw dries. One calls himself Hansy, the other one's known as Andrew Graves. And Graves is a freaky fella. He's got two torsos, man, which gives him 4 arms. And he utilizes that size of his to his best ability, from what I've been told. You don't. It's not good to mess with these kinds of folks, and I told the folks here that we'd be better clearing out, but I ain't leaving. If they ain't leaving, I ain't leaving. I'd rather die than any of them die without my help, so. Hansy, on the other hand, I don't know anything about. I mean,
We've killed
they like
worse.
Hansy. I hope so.
How many foot
you know-
soldiers do they have?
I'd say probably I've seen about 20, but these are dries. Do you know what a dry is, by the way?
No, but I can venture to guess a roving band of marauders.
I mean, they're a definitely roving band of marauders, that's for sure. They're also undead. Mostly skeletons for that matter, though a lot of people tend to call them zombies, but the voodoo stuff is way weirder than what these dries deal with. Like, I'd rather deal with the dry than anything voodoo, so I don't want zombies in my neighborhood. But
How
these
many
guys...
guns? How many guns do you have?
He looks over at that locked cabinet. Well, you can count on me being a good shot. Graves ain't too bad. At this point, Graves steps out and is seeing Mac currently gawping at you. He looks over at you with a confused look, and then he looks over at Mac, and he kind of pushes on Mac's shoulder, and Mac goes, "She was not this size, man. She was not this size at all. I mean, I was sitting here, and she was like, she was smaller than..." And then I stood up, and she's like, I don't understand what's going on, man. Graves looked over at you, and he goes,
I'm losing it. Mixie's losing it. We're gone.
I got... Hey, Sheriff, he yells in. I got 2 broken individuals out here. Mac's gone and turned into some kind of bumbling fool, and there's this strange pink-haired girl just dying from laughter.
That is me, one of my companions. The pink one.
Alright, Mac, get yourself together and go inside. Mac stumbles inside, and he looks completely in shock at the moment. Like he
Does
has
at
no
any
idea.
point the other guy turn away so he doesn't look at Mixie?
Oh, absolutely.
She shrinks
And
back
then-
down.
And he turns around and he's looking, and he's like, "The fucking hell?" The-
And I just walk in and stand next to Shane, trying to compose myself, but completely failing.
Gary walks in and goes, all right, I understand now, Mac, I understand. Pull yourself together, man. She's clearly one of those weirdos. Magic.
All that doesn't even begin to cover it. But
Rude.
we have other business to attend to. So, call on all your townspeople. Get them together. They should all know that we're here and what the plan is, and to stay out of my way. Open up that gun safe.
Gary and Mac both look at Daryl, and Daryl looks over at them and goes, well, go on then. Go and get the townsfolk, make sure they know that we need to make sure they know what's going on. Come on, move. And he turns and jingles some keys and starts opening the gun safe. We're going to scoot Boogie over to Smasher,
Scoot and boogie.
who
Scoot and boogie.
walks into the inn, invisible. Are either of your companions invisible?
No. Well, can they do? They have full. They have that property as well now.
Yep.
Yes. No. Yes.
Okay, so middle one is the only one that's visible.
You get
Okay.
me. It's the normal
Yeah.
sized one.
The normal sized one. He looks like a teenager, actually, kinda. You know, upper
Pretty.
teen, lower 20s,
Okay. cool.
scrawny
I'll go with
fella. No, I'm just kidding. And he looks like you, but just smaller. Yeah, no, you guys walk in. It's kind of a pretty regular looking area, but you do actually see two people in here. There's a young lady currently wiping tables down. When you walk in, she turns and looks, and there's confusion on her face, like complete confusion when she sees you. Well, sees the middle you. Basher? Right? Yeah, okay, Basher. When she sees Basher. First off, her gaze continuously slides off of him, but she knows he's standing there, so she can't quite grasp what he is, and she's like, hello? Alets, there's something here. A smaller woman, which you immediately know to be a dwarf because you have seen dwarves before, walks in, and she's currently wiping a glass down. Looks at the young lady, then looks over at you, and the glass slowly comes to a halt, and she goes, is there someone standing there?
I'm going to yeah. I'm gonna actually pop my invisibility, and all of us will be there together.
Oh. Someone's.
That should make it
standing there.
easier. That should make this easier to see. Hello.
I'll handle this one. You go take a break. Would you like anything? She says as she directs you towards the bar. The young lady kind of scurries off, continuously looking over her shoulder at you, bumping her knee against a chair or two along the way.
I think I'm fine at the moment. I have just entered the town and is just kind of looking around at the moment. Doesn't seem to be very many people around.
Well, no, on account of us being threatened by a bunch of dries. No, people don't tend to take kindly to that. But we're also at the end of the known world, so it's a little difficult to get people coming through here anyway.
Oh,
Which, leads
my dad
to...
said something about that.
What are
I
you?
believe. That's a really good question.
By the
I
way,
believe
when
we're
she
here to
steps
help you.
behind the bar, you see her actually step up to the point of being relatively eye level to Dasher now.
Okay.
That's good because we could use the help of something like you.
Oh,
Are you sure you don't want
not-
anything?
I wouldn't, but I'm sure my companions would love to. Shane, I found 2 women in the inn. Is there anything I need? I mean, would you like me to bring, I guess, beverages back? I didn't break anything this time, I swear.
Just get information about the townsfolk.
So, how are you?
She squints her eyes for a moment and shrugs and goes, oddly enough, the day the Dries walked in and threatened us all was weirder than today has been so far, but I'm willing to expect that today is about to get weirder because you're here, so... Doing fine now. We'll see what level of weird it becomes. What's your name, by the way? My name's, Aletz... Morgren.
Go to the mall. Let's go to the mall.
Hi, Alex. I'm
Let's
Soldier
go
393
to
Designation
Outlet
Smash.
Mall.
This is Bash Designation Bash, and this is Designation Crasher. And I just kind of let him out onto the table and let him walk out, and he does like a big flourishy bow, whereas the rest of us didn't really do anything. He seems to be a little bit pompous.
A big salute followed by a flourishing bow.
Yeah.
Huh.
Favorite?
He looks like an automaton.
We were originally built as robots, if that's what you mean.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I don't know if you would still consider that now. I believe the term Warforged gets thrown around regularly, but I feel that's almost more like a racial slur than anything these days. Because, theoretically it's not wrong. I was forged for war, but, I feel like I'm more than that now.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but you won't need to worry about anyone being racist around here. The people who were actually chased out of town by Daryl, so nice guy. Yeah. And we had a bunch of angry people because the Johnsons moved into town and started farming. And they were like, no, we can't have them here. So we were like, they're good for the land. We can have them here. And they were like, no, because they're a different color than us. And the sheriff was like, you're out of town now, or I'm going to shoot you. Chase them out of town.
Oh. Well, that seems good.
She's been wiping away at different glasses, by the way, this whole time.
Shane, apparently they kick racists out here. Is that what you wanted to know?
No, I was thinking more like information about how many people are here, if there are children, anyone of fighting age. But
Well,
you know what? That's my fault. I should have clarified.
well, it seems like there's a Dave, and there's a, and I'm just gonna read off the names you've given me so far, and just and just be like, there's this person, that, and start like rattling on about like what I know of them so far, what I've seen, where I've seen them, what the information they gave to me about Dave, and just like rattle all that back off.
He only has two names to give you, Deshane. It's Aletz Morgren and Daryl Buck. And you know both of them. Daryl Buck being the sheriff, Alette Smorgren being the innkeeper that the sheriff has talked about.
Didn't she say the name of the other girl as she went away though?
Oh, no, she didn't actually. She just
She
said
didn't
you
name
can
her?
go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure if she had named her.
I'm gonna look down at Nixie Nix and I'm gonna say, well, at least 4 people live in this town.
Is there anybody else that since listen. In Mayor, apparently a bunch of people were run out, so there were more people, but there are the farmers out on the edge of town also. Apparently they're a different color. Those are the Johnsons. So they're out there as well. So I don't know how many people. I pulled my hand away. How many people?
She kind of gives you a physical look.
Johnson's how many?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's 15 people in this village, town.
Okay. Shane, there's 15 people.
Okay.
It's not a lot, but anything else I can do?
Keep talking with them.
At which point we're going to scoot Boogie back. Well, we're going to scoot Boogie more to Emma. Are you changing positions at any point?
I'm leaping from roof to roof to help them with their cable problems.
And pick their locks on the cars with their Shining
Yes, yes.
Star?
Exactly. I would like
you
the
will-
their transitions, primarily. Those are going on the hot market for high prices right now. I hear windshields are expensive too.
He literally stole all the catalytic converters in the town.
Yep.
Full windshields, tires, and everything. Anyway,
just looking for things that were on a contract right now, so I'm pure business.
Perfect. You will see 2 individuals leave the sheriff's office, heading to a couple of the buildings. This
Kill
one
them
over
both.
here. I roll for an attack.
I
Kidding.
killed them both.
You said this one right here, and I see there's only Deshane and that's a building. Okay.
Yeah. This is a sheriff's office. That's where Deshane and Mixinix are. This is a
Okay.
building that one of the guys walked into. Another one walks into the building you're currently on. He does not notice you. When this guy leaves, he comes out and 2 other guys are with him. 2 other men are with him. One of them is putting on a belt that has guns. The other one of them is holding a jacket
Yes,
and looks
dude.
incredibly relaxed. They're talking to him. You do see what looks like an old lady standing at the door, but the
hey,
guy who
huh?
went to go get them does this kind of like wavy motion, and you get a glimpse or catch a little bit of what he says. He's like, no, you can stay, Maggie. You can stay. Just, just bed down, take a nap or something. And the 2 guys with them both give him this kind of look, and he goes, "Her mom." And he walks off, and they're like, and then she closes the door, and they all follow him. They do not head back to the sheriff's office, though. They are heading for the inn, and the guy that went to go get them stops here, knocks on the door, doesn't get an answer, and then moves over here and knocks on the door and goes inside. And that's when you hear commotion going on in here. The house you have.
Commotion.
It's not like a, oh no, fight kind of commotion, more like a people moving about, like they just decided to start moving and they were not moving before. Kids. You hear kids.
Oh, okay. That's my reaction. That's not Emma's reaction. Emma actually enjoys children. I don't.
Yes.
I'm gonna stick where I'm at. I mean, everything kind of looks hunky-dory and fine. Just inform everyone. More people moving to the inn. I think they're gathering up to talk about the situation and probably form up a posse. You might want to convince them to Shane not to form a posse, because I don't think we actually need them. We could probably handle this ourselves, right?
We'll figure it out.
Okay, cool. Good luck. I'm gonna keep an eye out.
I'd like to imagine just during your conversation with the sheriff that you've occasionally gone,
Just randomly.
the
Secret
sheriff, by the
services.
way, has just let it be.
Let it be.
Yeah.
Let it be.
The people that leave this building are what looks like a mom, a dad, and 3 children. The eldest son is just barely of age. He's probably 15. But the other 2 are most definitely children. And they both run towards this stall area and start running around the boxes, giggling and screeching like kids tend to do. The mother looking around nervously before she scurries over there and gathers up their hands and starts pulling them along to the inn.
Does
The
the teenage boy, does he have a weapon?
he does have a pistol on his side, but he wears it awkwardly.
Can I steal it?
If you want to,
I would love to steal it.
Alright, go for it.
Tasty children.
Tasty. Tasty, tasty children. That's a 32.
Alright, yeah. You nick a pistol. It's just a pistol,
That's fine.
or 6-shooter rather.
I will.
Not really anything special. It also feels way worse made than Deshane's. Like
Oh, probably a
quality
heavens
wise,
lot
this
lighter.
is like, yeah, this is probably paid for with copper coins, whereas Deshane's you would be spending mansions on. So that would be the difference in quality here. But yeah, nobody notices you do that.
I will go back
And,
to my roof afterwards, just mumbling to myself, he's too young. This is... no.
This is for the good. This is for the good. He's too young. The guy that walked in here then leaves. And you see a young lady scurry from the back over here back into the inn. It's the lady that was it's the girl that was in the inn in the first place. But anyway, the guy that leaves that building then heads out towards the farm, and that's pretty much where he's gonna go when you see whatever happens next happen. Speaking of, we now scurry into the sheriff's office. The sheriff opens the cupboard, and you can see there's a couple of long rifles, and then several like 6-shooters. One of which is a pretty well-built one, which the sheriff picks up, kind of caresses, and then holsters in his where he would put his pistol. It's his pistol.
How many people of fighting age?
Well, you've got me, Mac and Gary, my 2 deputies, John and James Smith. Now they laid down their lives for their mom, and their mom straight up said, "I ain't leaving. They can eat me. I don't care." She's old. She's kind of weird. She's Margaret Smith, and we all call her Maggie. Then there's David and his wife Rebecca, but to be fair, neither of them are real fighters. They're more like the Booksy type. David can't hit the side of a barn worth anything, but Rebecca's a pretty good aim. Their son, David Jr., but honestly, I'd rather not get him involved in this. I'd rather him stay with the kids. He's barely of age. He's only
He
15.
and the old woman will stay with the kids. That's how
That's
we're
a
gonna
good-
get her to leave.
I-
Because we're gonna get a covered route wagon. We're gonna get them out of town just long enough to get out of the way. I'm also
I
going
honestly
to
just
recommend.
think we should evacuate everyone.
I was just about to say that. I'm gonna give everyone in this town a choice. It is your guys' town. But I think we'll be fine, the 4 of us. So, I'm giving you the choice to give them the choice. I'm staring him directly in the eye as leader of the town. What happens next is up to you.
He stares right back into your eyes. You get the distinct sense that He knows you mean exactly what you're saying, essentially. But he also knows that will be very
He's
hard
not
sell for any of the townsfolk that are left. He goes, I'll do what I can, but to be rightfully fair, the best that I'm probably going to get out of these people is holding up in the inn.
Well,
I can still control that much chaos to not hit the inn with anything.
this is true. But I'd rather the kids
There's
get out
also
of town.
Which direction are they coming from? Are they coming from like the way we came, that way, or?
Nah,
From
they're
the
coming from the
farms.
other direction. They're coming from beyond the Johnson's farms. Speaking of, there's also Rowan Johnson and his dad, old man Mr. Johnson. And then there's Alette Morgren and Cindy Mycroft. Cindy's kind of a ditz. I don't trust her with a pistol. But she can use a frying pan worth damn, that's for sure.
Out loud,
By the
I'm gonna
way-
go Smasher, get a hold of your dad. We're gonna need explosives and
I got that.
weapons.
I got that too.
No,
One
I
ex-
mean,
Magic?
Explosives and what?
we're gonna set up a trap.
Yeah, I got that
Explosives
too.
and what?
How much explosives do you have?
Takes a look inside the bag of holding, where there's probably an entire case of just general things that go boom that I took from What's a Facey.
The sheriff leans over to you, Mixon Nix, and goes, that magic thing?
Yeah, see these rings? We all kind of have them. Some earrings, some rings. And it allows us to talk to each other.
Nifty.
Is Mixie explaining the ring thing?
Yes. How much?
She looks like
explosives
she's
do you have?
explaining. I have a lot. How much do you need?
Enough to blow up about 20 to 30 people.
Okay.
Seems like
Wait,
what?
small.
Do you remember what we did yesterday? When I blew up 20 to 30 people with a single arrow? You get
That
them
did happen.
confined enough, we'll take care of it.
That's what I'm concerned about, that they won't be confined enough.
Oh, in that case,
Well,
then I'll just
then-
use a lightning bolt.
Well, can't we just okay, this is gonna seem really, really kind of
Fucked up?
on the nose, maybe.
Okay.
But can't we corral them?
Yeah.
Brand.
Yeah.
We could
see
draw
what I'm
their
saying?
attention.
Get
There's
them in one
this
place.
musical in my world where there's a
Oh
dancing
my
king
gosh.
and a meerkat, and they dance to get attention and draws everybody in.
I didn't think I'd have a reason for it yet, but I do have an arrow of illusion.
Okay, so I have an idea. So what we do, right?
I'm
This is
just like
completely
this now.
original. This is a completely original idea that's never been thought of before, right? So we make an illusion of a town somewhere else that looks exactly like this town, right?
Yes, and then we
Because-
create illusions of all the town folks and blow up the city from far away.
We, right?
Yes,
we
okay.
hold them up.
Oh
with
my
an
freaking
illusion
gosh,
of
Smasher, that's
a-
brilliant.
We
just-
hold them up with the illusion of a toll booth, right?
Put delayed
Hold them up with the
fireballs.
illusion of a toll booth, and then
Somebody go back and get a shitload of dimes.
Damn.
the original idea and not at all a complete rip-off of Blazing Saddles.
Yes.
1000%
Judging by
original
your
content here.
reactions,
Is that dumb?
something is going
Yeah,
on.
yeah, it is. Well, did you bring enough for everybody?
Okay.
Well, it worked in Blazing Saddles.
Hey.
Hey, call to another film.
So,
Golly.
I mean,
We're
look, D&D
unhinged
is just a
today.
rip-off of all other media, right? That's the idea of making a D&D campaign, so why not? Why not rip off Blazing Saddles and create a completely different town, plant explosives, and blow these fuckers up? I'm just saying.
I'm 100% down for that plan. Ethan is. Shane's gonna go. Okay. We'll make a plan with all the townsfolk. Everybody meet at the end. And then yeah, that's the plan.
Do we have a time frame? Like, do we know when we're expecting them?
The Dries never said when they were going to come back.
Then I'm going to be our eyes in the sky, and I just like walk out and just start flying. And keeping an eye out.
Emma, you see Mixie step out.
Mixie.
I think I turned into a dragon, to be honest.
Hey, Mixie.
While you're flying up.
Yeah, like woof.
Hey. Oh my gosh. Hey, Mixie. So turns out your name's almost like Bigsby. So my phone decided to wake up. Excuse me while I tell it to. It's a stupid piece of shit. Hey,
talking
Mixie?
tablet.
1,000% that has happened to me so many times.
So many freaking
About-
times. Just general
so many
conversation
happen.
happened. Ugh. First off, you're really obvious right now as a dragon, and dragons look like really fucking badasses, and we don't want to scare them away. We want to attract them closer to us. So if they see that a dragon is protecting the town, we're not actually
They
going
don't
to
know what a
accomplish.
dragon is.
Yeah, but you're a big, giant, scary beast. That's the
I'm
point.
not that big. I'm not that big. Am I that big?
And it's
I
fluffy.
You
can
don't
see
have
you.
to be. You got really good.
The
I
sheriff
start
just sees-
shifting
The
colors so it
sheriff
looks
just
like the
sees me
color of the
reach up
sky.
and
Just
take
move.
out
A little bit more of a lighter hue.
just to silence
Okay.
them for a
Okay,
second.
there-
as if
That's
I'm
better.
taking
Yeah,
out
no,
an earpiece.
perfect.
Okay.
You are
Okay.
just gone in the sight. I don't even know where you are anymore. Okay.
Great.
I'm
learning from this- I'm learning stealth from the master.
You got the eyes in the sky. I'm gonna go for a drink. Thanks.
It's it.
Dun 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 dun. All right. Yeah.
See you next week.
And
Anyway.
I'm gonna go for a drink, and I'm gonna do the whole classic. I'm gonna shift up my cape so the tie is knotted at the top of my forehead, and have the hood go up, and use my ears to prop it up to make it look like there's a head in there. So I look about 1.5 feet taller than my 3 feet.
Right.
So I look like
And
a
it's just
full-
all shadowed into there, so you can't
still
tell
shadowed
that there's
in.
no face back there. Yeah.
And it
No, I
looks like
it.
I'm
I like it.
gliding, just gliding across the ground.
I put my
Bit
stamp
of
of
pattern.
approval on this.
Stamp of approval.
Stamp of approval. Yes.
All right.
else
The
do you
sheriff is going to gather the weapons he's got, and then
I help
with you, perfect.
well,
With
nice.
you, Deshane, he
Oh.
will head to the inn.
Oh,
And
yes.
once inside, quickly Smasher, for you get to see everyone arrive. So as you are sitting there chatting with the dwarven innkeeper,
We're having girl
you
talk.
you do see these two men walk in. They look like brothers. One looks significantly older than the other, but they are definitely brothers. They both look like they know what they're doing around weapons. And they take chairs in a position in the inn where they can see the whole inn with ease. But the younger one definitely has a very quick and easy smile, and he makes several quips. Both of them give you long looks, but see that you are conversing with the dwarven innkeeper and don't worry about doing anything about it.
I think I'm just going to. I think I'm just as people are come in. I'm just gonna be like, like waving to them as they're coming in. I know that their eyes keep on sliding over me, but like it's also hard to miss me because I'm huge. So it's not like they can't see me or anything. Every time somebody comes in, my head turns around. My hand just turns around, it's a wave, and then back to whatever girl talk is happening, and I'm kind of like, not that I'm not ignoring them, but like, the girls haven't given me any reason to be concerned. As long as that's the case, I'm fine.
And you will notice that she acknowledges as both of them walking in with a very warm smile. There is definitely a nod between them. But she doesn't prepare them any drinks yet. After them walking in, you will see what looks like a family walk in. a mother and a father corralling their two youngest, followed by a very confused young man who is stating to his dad that he could have sworn he had put it in his holster, so he doesn't know where it could be. The only place he remembers it ever being was his holster. And they are having that heated, it's more like you probably just left it in your room kind of conversation. But you can tell they are not comfortable around weapons or familiar with them in any way whatsoever.
I'm counting people as they come in, right? And I've taken a bit of a weird thing from the conversation of between myself, Deshane, and Emma, because Deshane said, "Call your dad, get explosives, weapons, whatever." Emma's like, "Well, I've got that." And then Deshane was also like, "How many people are there?" So in my head, I've put together, get all of these people explosives. So I'm counting them as they come through. And I think like as groups come in, I walk over to a door near me and try to jiggle into Cephas's, one of Cephas's compartments, so I can kind of go in, grab a few like just dumb explosives. Like we're talking like comic TNT or grenades or something like
comically
that. Like,
sized TNT.
Like he said these people count people, we're on a thing, explosives. I'm just trying to put things together and like grab out of his storeroom just like crates of explosives and like handing them to people.
Forewarning, Smasher has access to all of Cephas's storehouses, all of them. And Cephas is a multiversal being with access to all forms of explosives, all of them. Roll
That's
percentage
fair.
die.
Right now, okay, that's fair.
Roll a percentage die.
I'm scared.
Me too.
So am I.
I don't know what you're talking about. I only do the best thing. 65. We're in the 60s
65.
today. What's up with that?
You guys are in the
65,
60s
you're far
today.
off.
It was you were 68 earlier. There was a 63. Like
Yeah, let
we've
me
been in
roll
60s
randomly
today.
and see
That's
what I
weird.
roll.
65. Good.
You
Yeah, you
look down
grab
there now.
these kind of sticks of some kind of explosive that
77.
you can tell are lit to go off. So they kind of
Okay.
look like sticks of dynamite.
Yeah.
And
I start-
you think these will be good.
Okay, so I'll grab a bunch and just kind of like go around. Not for the small like. Okay, so I have a question. Because in my head, I had different sizes. So like I'm looking at these people based on their size. So like children get like M80s, right?
Oh.
Whereas adults get like
Oh.
a stick. You get where
I
I'm
need
saying?
you to roll. I need you to roll
That was
another
how it
percentage
was in my
die.
head. Okay, that's fair.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah, everyone who looks like they're too young to be handling any of these things, at the first time they take their eyes off of it, I'm stealing it off of them.
Okay.
10.
10. Okay. Yeah, you find these smaller, odd devices which you think might be sectioned to or connected to a wall or a door or something, and a button that you can press on them that you know would be what activates them, and then they go off a few moments later.
Okay, yeah, no, I try to gather these things, and I'm gonna get ready to start, like, handling, like, passing things out, like, that's for you, yeah, we're gonna get ready to start passing things out.
Get ready to pass me. So you haven't actually passed them out, but you have them ready to pass out. Perfect.
And I
Yeah, I would say, yeah, I'm like, me and the other two are kind of getting around and be like, okay, you handle the children, you're gonna give all, like, the children their small stuff, like, Basher, you're gonna help me with, like, the big stuff, and we're just organizing.
Yeah. One of the deputies does come in and stays inside. Mac Gracie, he goes and sits down with the two other men, and you hear him over there talking to them, saying, "Yeah, she just got bigger. I don't know how it even works. Like, she was small, and then like smaller than Miss Morgren over there, and then next thing I know, she was as big as me. It didn't even make any sense." Like, the other two look at him like he is full of shit. because they don't believe him for a second.
Well, over.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, I mean, there's 3 identical robots, Babushka style, like
Over there.
standing right next to them right now.
They're still trying to decide
There's
whether
weird
they believe
about.
that.
There's a lot of weird about.
Yeah, the young lady that had left earlier comes back, and she looks over at Aletz and says, "They said that I should come back, and I'm gonna keep working. I mean, why not? People are arriving here. May as well start serving drinks. I'll get everyone their usual." And then she goes behind the counter and starts grabbing drinks and such. At which point, Mixinix and Duchesne and Emma, you would be in the inn now at this point, actually. So you'd be walking in at this point because Mixinix has flown off. But you now walk in and see all these people setting up. You see that Smasher has connected a door to a much more advanced looking area, which has lots of boxes and crates full of stuff that aren't being used right now, and has pulled out a couple boxes and crates full of what looks like explosives. Yeah, and he's
Sorting
currently
through them,
one of
trying to
them
like
sorting through and whatnot.
section them out and like divvy them up evenly.
And with that, we are going to scoot over to Duchesne, because Mixinix is flying. I forgot about that, almost.
Take a
And
break.
Duchesne... Oh yes,
Take a
that's
break.
what I'm getting to.
Yeah.
Let me get to it. Duchesne, as you were walking out... I know, me too! And shut up and let me finish. As you are walking out, there are 3 men coming. One of them is Gary Owens, the deputy. The other 2 are these 2 black men, very well built. One of them has a staff and is leaning into it. He's grayed and old. The other one looks like he does farm work. And we are going to go on break at that point.
Bye, folks. BRB. See you in 10.
Sheriff, I'm just writing something down. Here we go. And
Identification number?
searching for a wallet. Does he have a wallet?
No.
Tattoos on his wrists, forearms.
Nope.
Yeah, this is TK421.
I knew it was coming.
Let me paint this picture for you so you understand this. The Queen has a flawless AR of 18 as well.
Oh my goodness.
So you got lucky just to hit her. Oh my god. And she has 1,000 total damage capacity, which means you outright killed her right away.
Kinda wanna do some vamps just so we can kill some things.
That red powder mist going everywhere. Cook shows back up in the normal world at 9 a.m.
Oh, that was fun.
Hey, hello again. Welcome to another episode of Nightbane, where we see who dies this week.
Hello, everybody. Hey, folks. Hello, folks. Hello, everybody.
Well, it's like now I can't go a day without flossing. Like if I don't floss that morning, I'm like, people know. They know. I know. It's like
no. This is dental hour.
Hell yeah.
Laugh love, and I love it.
Build our home, searching every star, every world. And just when all hope seemed lost, message of a new discovery drew us to an unknown planet called Earth.
where he's like,
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't mind a movie coming out and it not matching the book or the series or anything like at all. I'm saying this right to the camera. I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
Oh no!
Yeah,
we have to
I
shut
said it.
down right now. No! You need to just shut Streamlabs off. Unplug your. Nope.
Too late.
Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love, the show where we talk about movies.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 for the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hey, whoa.
Yes, good stuff.
Why
totally
am I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
He deserves it.
What are you doing? No, straightforward. Straightforward. Now left. Now left.
Go to the left. Yeah.
Now straightforward. Right in that nook. Right in that nook. Now jump.
Jump up.
There we go. Good Christ. What was that? 15 minutes? Woo!
You're doing great. Great. Bring him up. Bring him up. Red. No, don't drop me. Whatever you do, don't drop me.
That is
my slimy mucus ball. I
you
think
have
that's
to
what that
do.
is. These are germs.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's mucus. That is snot. That is all over that bowling ball, folks.
Repulsive.
Oof. Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime,
You went that
it's
way.
booger time.
Such is the way. Did you get that in like? Do they have fortune cookies here?
Fortune cookie.
There are cookies,
That's a hard no.
and I have found myself fortunate to eat them on occasion.
Oh. And I'll say, fear the dread pirate claw.
Your little satyr kids. The
Still
tail.
alive in 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, same.
Satyr tots.
Let's go talk to Brolog. I got some
Satyr tots.
satyr tots.
Hashtag Satyr tots. I love that.
Hoogilapid.
Alright, well, Brolog will embrace my handhold and give him a little shoulder pat.
Okay, as we like take a few steps with our arms swinging back and forth, I'm gonna say out loud, Prologue, that's not what I meant.
Have you found my cheese? It slipped off my crackers.
Oh.
I still have my crackers though, thankfully.
I would ask a Joffrey about that.
Does he not know, speaking to Aberrat? that there is no try. Do or do not.
Oh, Jesus.
Beautiful man.
If not, he will soon learn.
Closer to the camera. There you go.
Oh, baby Baba Luba.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Owlbear Inn, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot. Oh my shoe. Hi.
And we have returned. Welcome back. We are returning to the deputy, Gary Owens, returning with the Johnsons from their farm, approaching Deshane and the sheriff, Daryl Buck.
Remember, everyone, vote with your Johnson.
Vote with your Johnson. Anyway, yeah, they approach the old man, kind of gives you a nod, Deshane, and you immediately get the sense that there is some kind of power emanating from him. Power beyond what others in this world have. You get the same sense coming from his son, who stands next to him, a very strong-looking individual, who gives you a nod and then hefts his rifle, which looks like a very well-built, mid to long-ranged kind of rifle. Fires a higher caliber.
Tip my hat to both of them. Yeah, continue
to the
along to the
inn.
inn.
The sheriff definitely gives a nod to the Johnsons. He doesn't say anything, but gestures, and all of you go to the inn in silence. Walking in, everyone falls silent, by the way, the moment you guys walk in and turn to look. And the sheriff says, "All right, folks. So we got a few options, and here's the one that these fine folk that just got here would like us to take first. They'd like us to leave town for the town, and so that they can deal with these drives themselves." You do immediately hear several people mumble. The Smiths in the back with Mac Gracie, the younger Smith, leans over and says relatively loudly to his brother, "I ain't going nowhere. I'm going to shoot me some drives when they come around this town." His brother gives him a disapproving look, but does not disagree with him. Now, I know you folks don't want to do that. So the compromise would be y'all stay here. And we fortify this here inn, and everyone stays safe in the inn while they deal with stuff out there. There's a silence for a moment, and then Max says, well, the pink-haired one, she sure did know how to make herself bigger. That's something. Everyone kind of gives him a look. The sheriff says, they have magic with them, and we all know magic is something that is very powerful. Which he then looks over at the old man Johnson, who taps his staff once, and you see suddenly growing from the staff vines of green, and flowers just sprout.
All of you here. Called it.
The younger Johnson strokes his rifle and then looks over at you, Deshane, and gives you a very long, like, up and down stare.
This is my rifle, this is my gun, this one's for shooting, and this one's for fun.
We're adults. We're not children.
Rebecca puts her hands over her youngest son's ears and says, who is saying such vile thing? No, just kidding. Anyway, David Gracchus is his name. He stands up and goes, now, actually, that's not a bad idea. We could all stay here. I mean, we got children, and we could get Maggie over here. I'm sure she wouldn't have too much trouble staying at the inn for a night or two. We can get some games of poker or something going with the kids and whatnot, and hang her down under there. He points at one of the tables where you guys see a rug has been stealthily put, that if any of you had the ability to see hidden doors by walking over them, you would easily have noticed that there is in fact a hidden cellar door right here that he just pointed out.
I'm dying.
Don't mind Deshane as Deshane.
We killed the gunslinger.
Swallow something wrong.
It's actually that easy. That's that easy.
It's that easy.
He's got red
gosh,
on.
Walter, seriously.
Yeah, Walter, all you had to do was let him kill himself. It was fine. Jeez.
Anyway, the sheriff then looks over at you, Deshane, and says, now, some of us are capable fighters and shooters. If you like, we could post up in the rafters, shoot from afar.
I could also
do
summon
like
a
that
tower.
plan.
What did you say, man?
Just over the
I didn't
earrings. I can also summon a tower. It'll last 24 hours.
I'm gonna say to the three of you, how do you guys feel about that?
Feel about what now?
Why do we need a tower?
How do you guys feel about them providing cross cover?
That's
while we go to
fine.
work?
I don't see anybody approaching it, so we still have time.
However, Mixinix, you do see in the distance what looks like a camp.
Ew.
Ooh,
Fucking
I want
let's
to
just
investigate.
Fly over on the
Alright,
dragon
go
and drop
fly
down
over
on them
to
and kill them.
Take a
Breathe
look
fire.
at this camp.
Turn
Can
into
I
a
breathe fire?
dragonfly.
Can I breathe fire?
I don't know. You haven't tried to yet.
I'm gonna.
We stand here and
I will
look at
relate. I
everybody.
see a camp. I think I'm gonna try and breathe fire. If
Oh,
it's
shit.
the bad guys.
You have a breath weapon?
We have distance limitations, earrings, not very far away. Don't breathe fire, tracks them, make them attack early. We need time, set trap.
And this is where I go, I have longer distance than normal, remember?
We don't.
I do. You got me.
I'm gonna say to everyone in the inn. All right, folks.
I can.
This is gonna
I'll
be the
fly
plan.
slow. And circle a couple of times. I don't know.
Those too young, too old to fight, or those of you who don't know how to use a firearm will stay here, protect the children. Those who can fight will stay away and help as best you can. The number one priority here is that you all stay alive. The buildings, the town, doesn't really matter because you can rebuild it. So, Smasher, what weapons have you brought?
I thought we agreed we were gonna blow things up, so since you grabbed the town people, I assumed that they get these. And then I'm gonna hold up just handfuls of explosives.
Jesus Christ.
This is a bad idea.
I mean,
Could you
all
please-
of us are like, and
There's
the littlest
the
ones,
sound
like,
of breaking
holding arms.
glass.
I'm gonna go, Smasher, open a door and put those back. Keep a couple sticks of dynamite, put the rest back. I said weapons.
I thought we were Were we not blowing
Weapons as in things these people can use that won't end up blowing my fucking leg off, please.
Oh, that's you should have said that before.
No, I
I'm gonna
didn't.
go
I
ahead
thought it
and
was
just, like,
implied.
We're gonna
Nothing's
put all of
implied.
those things back in the boxes. And instead of putting them back, we're just gonna throw them into the bag of holding because we've already put them out. We've already organized them. We've put them into batches. Like we might as well like keep them. Dad's not gonna miss them anyway. So I'll go ahead and close that door. Open. Think about it for a second. I'm like, wait a second. I know Dad. He has to have like a hardcore weapons cache for like basic weapons.
Accurate,
All right,
high powered.
Like high powered rifles, basic like not super. Maybe a laser gun. Ooh, laser guns would be good. Click, and then I'm just gonna try to open a different weapons cache, something that's a little bit more firearmy.
All right. You open a door to another room that looks like it's got lots of crates in it. A couple of them look older than some. Some of them look ridiculously new.
We'll start cracking. All three of us will start cracking into things and just being like, okay, like just peeking. Does this look good? No. Okay. Well, this could be good, and just try to find things that would be like. I'm comparing the people in the room, and to the size of the weaponry.
Yeah.
Not knowing
Some
how
of these
powerful
things-
any of it is.
Yeah, judging from the kind of weapons they've got, some of these things look ridiculously complicated and way too hard to get them to understand right off the bat. However, you do find a box of what looks like similar rifles to the one currently being held by. I always forget the names of which I've come up for these individuals. Rowan
You
Johnson.
have to remember a lot of them,
Yeah,
Mr. Johnson.
A lot of ones. Yeah. Well,
Is that what-
specifically the younger Johnson.
The younger Johnson.
But they look of similar build.
All right, so yeah, we'll take that the crate of rifles and just start pushing that. I'll just carry it right on out to Deshane. Something like this, right?
Perfect.
Well, that'll do
Now,
well.
who can shoot?
The sheriff nods over, and you see John and James Smith both stand up and walk over. They do pull Mac with them, though Mac did look like he was trying not to go. He's a deputy. Gary comes over. He looks very determined. David goes to stand, but Rebecca literally grabs him and yanks him back down and says, "No, I'm the one that can shoot, you idiot." And then she walks over. Rowan Johnson walks over. Aletz and Cindy Mycroft also both walk over.
Before I close it down, I'd like to go to that first crate that had the like super overly complicated weapon and just pocket one of those for Emma for later.
Okay.
What?
You're gonna get a super overcomplicated weapon.
I don't know what it's going to do, but I know Emma likes messing with weird firearms. And when I thought of it, the first thing I thought of was like, I think Emma would drive on this. So I was like, let's just take that for. I'm sure she'd love this. I don't know. It might be bigger than she is. I'm not sure, but you know.
And ammo, Smasher, I say as I begin handing each of them their rifles.
I don't know that any
Ammo
of this
very
needs.
much. You do notice that these rifles have this little device next to them, that definitely denotes that they do not need ammo.
Oh, okay. I take a look at that and I go, never mind.
Like Callus, like Callus used to make, you know.
It is very similar, in fact, to what Callus used to do. A little more technical, but you can see the magic inlaid in, and it is very, very similar to what Callus would do.
I'm being upset.
With your guns before you got it permanently installed.
Right.
Sheriff, with your permission, from here on until the battle's done, I'd like to take charge.
The sheriff puts up a hand and says, "Honestly, I've been following your lead this whole time. So if anyone has a problem with taking orders from you, they can shove a gun up their ass. I don't care."
Just in the rafters, everyone hears, "This is gonna be fun."
Good. Now, all of you who can shoot, you're gonna follow me. Smasher, you're in charge of making sure everybody else gets prepared and ready and safe. Got it?
Okay.
Emma, you do what you do.
Emma.
Keep a lookout.
I'm
Catch.
gonna, while he's chucking
I'm
it,
just throwing it up into the rafters, assuming that you're gonna catch it somewhere.
I'm gonna jump down, do a fun little somersault in the air, and land on the ground with the hoodie just like falling off my ears. And go, oh, shit. Just pull the hood down. What was that?
The scream that comes from the children, specifically the little girl, is one of terror, but the little boy has one of pure joy. Meanwhile, the 15-year-old looks confused and awestruck, and all the adults don't know how to react. The sheriff, however, walks in stride, seeing as something turned into a dragon and flew off, and just goes, "I'm in some kind of nightmare."
Are any of the people drooling?
What do you think? He said we get to roll credits.
Good.
He said into the nightmare. We get to roll
We
credits,
can,
right?
yeah.
Roll credits. End
Yeah,
of,
no, we
end
get to
of
roll
session.
credits. He
End
said
of,
it.
end
No,
of
he said
campaign. Very jokingly.
What?
Dun, 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 dun.
I'm gonna just expect Emma to do as she always does and keep a lookout while staying hidden. Getting ready.
Real cool question. Okay.
Yeah.
So, are a few of them staying behind and doing some helpy with the shooty?
Yes, they are. The rest of them, I say, pointing with my eyes, like scanning over the rest of them. They're gonna
And
stay
you can
here.
tell that they are ready to move.
Yeah. Question comes in. Where do the bad guys come from? I say, looking at the sheriff at this point. And where would be a good place to put a 2-story building?
The sheriff's eyes squint for a moment. They come in from the east, just beyond the Johnson's farm buildings.
Okay. Follow-up question.
And
Which
middle of
way's
the road
east?
would be a good place to put a temporary building if it's temporary.
I point east,
Oh, way's east? Okay.
opposite of where we came in.
Temporary building, middle of the road. Where exactly? Just show me exactly and I'll put it there.
He steps out the door of the inn and points to literally this spot right here, actually.
Oh, hang on. Let me get over to... Okay, so basically just next to the inn almost.
Yep. Right out the door of the inn, basically. And you can see that if you were to put a 2-story building right there and climb to the top of it, you would be able to see the whole town and beyond.
All right.
Smasher, just follow Emma's lead. She has a plan. The rest of you with me. Come on.
I got a plan. I got
Those
a
that
plan.
can shoot. Mac is, of course, dragged by Gary and James.
Are any of these the
um,
15-year-old kid?
No, the 15-year-old does stand to start heading, but both his father and mother give him a look, and the sheriff shakes his head and does this to him, so he sits down again and waits to be told to do something.
Before leaving, I'm gonna walk over to him like, "Hey, what's up? What's your name?"
David?
David?
What's
How old are
yours?
you? I'm Emma. Emma Ahem. Yeah, I look like a rabbit. I'm not a rabbit. I'm a Harengon. Don't mix us up. I'm cuter, and they're dinner. Important
Yeah,
difference.
kind of
here.
glances over at his dad, who is staring at you like he doesn't quite believe what he's looking at. The little boy is, you can tell he's maybe toddler age. Maybe. He's not that old. Barely old enough to walk, basically. He comes shambling over and immediately grasps onto your hand and starts giggling for some odd reason.
You're cute,
Meanwhile,
too.
the girl, who is probably roughly around the age of 8, is hiding on the other side of her father.
She's fine. Hey, these your siblings, David?
Yeah, that's Joe and Tina over there.
Joe and Tina. Well, it sounds like we're taking most of your good shooters and your actual capable fighters. Which kind of leaves you. Yeah, you're gonna be the one inside the underground little placey thingy, protecting everyone. Think you're up for that?
Someone's got to do it. He glances over at his dad and then back at you.
Good. By the time he's glancing back over at me, I've got his pistol offered back to him.
He takes it, he goes, "Thanks. I thought I had it earlier."
Keep a closer eye on it. You're pretty easy to steal off of.
Right.
One thing you definitely need to do? Keep a better eye on these people than you did with that pistol. Focus.
Yeah, he's taking his gun belt off, essentially, and you see him adjust it so it's more like a across the chest strap.
Oh,
and then he
nice.
puts the gun right in front of his chest. And you can see that he actually has pretty easy access to pulling the gun if he needed to. It wouldn't
Oh.
be very fast, but
Well,
it's certainly easier to keep track of right there.
build your reflexes and build your speed. I say, twitching my hand with one of the little hand crossbows popping out. He'll get used to it eventually. But if any hope...
Yeah, you can see the
You
father
won't
is
have
like...
to- Yeah.
Yeah, the father's like at the edge of his chair. Meanwhile, little Joe is giggling profusely at what you just did with the crossbow in your hand.
Flinch and it retracts back. And... Right, little Joe.
He squeals in delight.
Your brother's gonna take care of you? I gotta go build a building. In 10 minutes. However am I gonna do it?
They all look Well, Little Joe doesn't look confused, but everyone else looks confused at you as you walk up. Little Joe just looks delighted and giggling.
All right, Tower Peeps. Let's watch a spectacle. Anyone got a beer?
Well, all the able-bodied people just walked out with Deshane, so when you say that, David Gracchus, the father, kind of shrugs and goes behind the counter. You see him look around, and then you see him come up with a brown bottle that has just beer written on it, and he goes, yeah, here.
Sweet. Thanks.
Let's rock and roll.
Now I'm gonna walk to that spot in the road, in between the inn and whatever the other blue building is. Take this arrow and just slam it into the ground, and start walking away, and then turn around and watch. And for 10 minutes, it's just gonna crackle, and energy's gonna dance around in about a 30-foot radius, or 30-foot range, diameter total, of itself. And after 10 minutes, a small 2-story tower is going to appear out of thin air.
Nice. While that is happening, standing just outside the door is Old Man Johnson, who is currently conversing with Margaret Smith, who, when you walk out, looks down at you and goes, "Oh, what a delightful looking little creature you are."
And what a scrumptious upright ape you look like.
She giggles and Old Man Johnson laughs.
It's what it sounds like to me.
Quickly before you jet over to Mixie, as I'm leaving, I'm gonna turn back in. And I'm gonna say, "Smasher, I need your 3 little helpers."
3 blind mice.
I need 3 of your
4
little
blind
helpers.
mice.
I will send. Let's send over the 2 new ones, and we'll send them over Basher. I'll just keep a Crasher with me.
You'll keep Crasher. So Basher and the 2 new, they look like robots. Follow you.
They all 3 look at you, and simultaneously in my voice go, "Oh, okay," and follow you.
Okay, what I'm doing while you switch over to Mixie next is I'm going to send those 3 to find cans, bottles, fruits, anything that could be shot, and I'm having them set them up every 50 yards going out. Let me get a measuring tool. This way.
All right.
For,
a
like,
shooting range.
Yeah, I'll make them shooting range.
Hang on. All right.
This way.
Oops.
Oh.
It's gonna be like a distance shooting range. I'm gonna do a bit of training while we've got time.
Because you haven't seen the dries coming yet, at least. All right. You are doing that with the abled bodies. By the way, to list off the people who are following you, it's Daryl Buck, the sheriff, Mac Gracie, and Gary Owens, the 2 deputies. Of the family, just Rebecca Gracchus, John Smith and James Smith, Rowan Johnson, Alette Morgan, and Cindy Mycroft.
So how many in total?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 people.
9 plus the sheriff, so 10?
No, 9 people, including the sheriff.
Gotcha.
Oh. I just had a thought. While they are, while they're getting set up for their shooting range and whatnot, I'd like to prepare armor for them. We've gotten them firearms, but they don't have any armor or anything. So I'd like to prepare some armor for them.
For the townsfolk?
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, we got them armaments, but like if they get shot, they're not going to be very good. So, like, let's get them some shielding and some armor.
That is literally the only place that building would have fit.
Yeah, it is. I felt the building was like, oh shit, this really is the only good place for it.
It's either that place or he would have told you to put it right here.
Right.
But there was closer. And he preferred closer. I see. You're getting little cans out there.
Yeah, I'm just putting little cans out there for you. Also, at some point while everything's getting prepared as well, at any given moment, if Smash is running by, that's like if you, I would like to ask for some of that goo that makes things really hard to see.
Oh, my essence of me.
Yeah, your essence
I can
of
make
you.
some for you. I can make some. Hold on.
I
So
want to
one of the
put. I want
robots-
to put it on the tower, so that we can put the civilians inside the tower, and they can shoot and literally help us without any of the other people seeing the tower where they're shooting from, so that we are the
Well,
focus of the
I mean,
enemies.
they will see it. It's just hard to. But I
Yeah,
get what you're
it
saying.
it
yes.
increases the chances
I
of them
can-
missing the tower as a whole. Plus, a
1,000%.
new building.
1,000. No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
1,000%. That's an easy fix. That while I'm so you're talking to one of the robots setting up. Admittedly, well, no, we have rings. So no, we have air rings. So while everything's setting up and you guys are doing that, I'll go in and I'll just prepare the castle real fast.
Okay, yeah.
Perfect.
Before it pops out, I'll poke my head inside the place and be, Alette,
She's not inside the building. She's with Deshane.
anyone else?
David Jr., the 15-year-old you were talking to earlier, pops up.
Hey.
He goes
Take it
over.
away. I'll watch this.
He looks out.
I love magic.
And that's about the time when I take and drop a little bit of that stuff on the castle, and it goes.
There
Did
you
the
go,
robot
buddy.
just do something?
Yeah, we just
Just
put
kind
a
of do
little
this
thing.
and walk off.
You know how when you look at me, it's really hard to see me when I got my hood up and everything? Yeah, we just did the same thing to the tower. We're gonna put all the good people in there, and then we're gonna be the distractions. So hopefully your parents won't get injured at all, and hopefully you won't have to use that gun.
Cool.
Let us do the dirty work. You take care of your brother. He's cute.
He's gonna stand, his jaw just hanging as he's looking at the tower. That is new and yet hard to look at.
Shush, go back inside. Not safe out here.
Right. He shambles off.
Thanks, Smasher Jr. Basher? Is that you? I'm losing count.
It was literally Smasher.
Oh.
It was literally me. I was literally me that time who did things.
You poke your head up.
But I'm
literally
so far
me.
away. It's hard. No. Because I'm so far away. It's hard to tell which one of me.
Like which
it
one?
is,
Yeah.
Especially
got
next
this
to such a
massive
large
perception
tower,
problem.
even
Is
though
it
I'm
him
big.
closer or is he further away? I don't
Exactly. That's the
understand.
whole. That's
what's
well,
going
because it's hard
on.
to see me anyway. So from that distance, it's really
Album-
just hard to tell.
Album
Is he
3 of the
flying?
Smasher band is just Crasher right up at the camera lens, Basher far enough back that he's the same size of Crasher, and then you
Oh,
further back so
God.
you're the same size as all of them.
That's sort of yeah. No, we good. You're right. Then I just go back to working on armor for them.
All right, we're gonna scoot into Mixie Nix, flying in on this camp she just found. It's still pretty midish day at this point. And as you're swooping in, you see that there's no movement in the camp, and it looks like the fire has been dead for a couple of hours.
I'm gonna search for peoples.
All right, roll a investigation or perception. You choose. You choose on how deep you want to see. And tell me which one you're rolling.
One of them I get advantage on.
That's perception,
And I-
right?
Yeah. I only have a +2 to investigation, and I have a +6 to perception.
Perception.
That's super cocked. That's better. 25.
25. Nice. The dirt in this area has been disturbed in the last couple of hours. But other than that, you do not see any signs of anyone.
Okay. Magic.
Ooh, are you doing detect magic?
I am.
Oh yeah, there's definitely magic you can see. There are distinct spots under the dirt that have magic emanating from them from varying times. You're guessing probably magic items being worn by individuals. You do see some illusion / evocation, conjuration magic, pretty thickly coming from one of the spots under the ground. And then there's necromancy all over the camp.
I'm gonna land in the camp.
Or, if you want to shrink in the process, you can do that too, but however you want to land.
No, I like the idea of being big and terrifying right now.
All right. You land in the camp. You do notice right off the bat the dirt is recently dug. But that's about it.
I throw a rock, I kind of just, with like a wing, nudge some earth onto the recently dug spot.
There's no reaction. You've actually been, because of how prevalent the recently dug is, you've actually been stepping on a lot of it as well. And there's been no reaction.
How deadly does how dead does this thing smell?
You would think anywhere from a couple of days to several thousand years old.
Okay, I'm gonna fly back up. And I'm gonna shrink, I think. I think I'm gonna be smaller, so it's even harder to see me. And I'm just gonna continue flying around.
Right, keeping an eye on the camp.
And were there any tracks at all, or just?
No, you didn't see any tracks at all. Not even incoming tracks.
So it was all covered up with dig. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep an eye out.
Okay. Good.
I'm not gonna let us be caught surprised. And I want to try and
wise.
figure out what it is we're dealing with before we have to deal with it.
The only thing you know so far is there's 20 to 30 dries, which are apparently a kind of skeletal zombie or something. And 2 individuals specifically known as Hansi and Andrew Graves. We will scoot back over to Deshane and shooting. I'm not going to do any kind of rolls or anything for these people specifically. I'm just going to let you know which ones are the better shooters and which ones are not. So the sheriff himself, you can tell, is very well trained, or practiced rather. He knows what he's doing when he's handling a firearm. He's probably, you wouldn't say he's as good as you are, but he's definitely at least comparable. Mac is not good at shooting. He's capable, but he's not good. He misses about as many as he hits. Gary, on the other hand, you can tell that where he lacks a natural talent in shooting, he's got clear strength of will and determination, and he seems to have a goal in mind, and as a result, he has perfect shooting. Rebecca is also really dang good. She's a little bit under the sheriff, but she is really dang good. John and James shock you with how good they are with their shooting. James tends to be a bit more of a jokester, and as a result, probably misses more than he should have. But John, for all the opposite of what he is of James, makes up for that and makes more than he probably would have had he been paying less attention. Aletz and Cindy are about the same. They are better than Mac, but they're not as good as Rebecca. Rowan Johnson, on the other hand, does not miss a single shot either. And not because he has that strength of will and determination like Gary Owens does. No, for him, it was more a case of he just knew he was going to hit them.
Okay.
Randomly, on occasion, you see crossbow bolts hitting your targets over.
Well, that's not my business because the bots are restacking shit, so that's just more work that they have to do.
As soon as one of the bolts sets one up, I shoot it over again.
I'm gonna make sure that Mac only fires within 50 feet ever of anything. And in ascending order for where they can shoot. Letting them know what their distance is and what they can accurately shoot at. And telling them to stick to that because I'd rather not get hit by a stray. And then I'm just making sure they're all comfortable with it. They all know how the guns work. And I am not being super nice about it when it comes to like this part of the training, but by the end it becomes nicer and more affirming. But in the beginning, I am very harsh.
He starts off Gordon Ramsay with adults to Gordon Ramsay with children.
Exactly.
Starts at adults, ends at children.
The Gordon Ramsay scale. You get the sheriff, Gary Owens, one of his deputies, Rebecca, John, and Aletz, as well as Rowan, all don't take offense in any way whatsoever. In fact, they seem well versed in your kind of working on it. Mac definitely gives some kind of feedback at the beginning. James also, because he's a bit of a jokester himself, he doesn't take things as seriously as he should. And Cindy, you can tell, is just younger.
Okay. I'm also making sure they understand that their priority is the skeletons. Once they are taken care of, then they can help us with the big guys. What else?
You do have the sheriff inform everyone that the big guys are Hansy and Andrew Graves. And he gives the names, and they know who he's talking about at that point.
Okay. At the end, I'm just going to say, if you do what I tell you to do and stick to my lessons, everyone's going to be fine. And we'll put these two assholes in the ground.
Again, you get from James in the back.
Permanently.
Rowan, you see nodding, and kind of a glint of this forest green shoots out from his eye as he's looking out in the field. And Mixinix, you actually hear what sounds like an eagle call off in the distance, which then reverberates and finally reaches you guys on the ground.
I'm there. I'm looking. What do I see?
Yeah.
My attention is grabbed.
There is an eagle flying around with you, Mixinix. It doesn't seem at all to have been disturbed by you or noticed you for that matter, and in fact has been so calm and just gliding in the atmosphere, basically, that you didn't even notice it until it called out. But you can tell it is also watching the same exact camp that you noticed and have been watching.
I'm gonna try messaging it. Just to see the reaction. I'm just gonna say, what you looking for?
What language are you speaking?
Oh, I probably do my rotation of like. I probably go common, Sylvan, Goblin, Gnomish.
When you say in common, it responds in Sylvan, but it understands you in common, and it responds by basically sending you picturesque images of these two individuals. The first one is a disturbing-looking fella. He has this trench coat on, or duster rather, on. It's a brown, dirty duster, and it's over his mostly dried out husky form. But the sleeves of it are a little bit longer and a little bit wider than normal, and as a result, you can't see his hands. He seems to be giving orders, and has something sticking out of his mouth, which you recognize as a cigarette that seems to always be lit. And as on his side, or standing by his side, is a very large, tall form of another husky, dead thing, where you can see that an upper torso had taken itself and attached itself to the upper shoulders of another body.
Okay, so it is a taller person. I was gonna ask. When you were describing, I went, is this a really tall person or a really wide?
Fucking Gorgo
It's
over
a
here.
really tall person.
Okay.
The beginnings of human
as-
centipede.
It's
No,
very...
No, there isn't any mouth on anus, actually.
Yeah, there's
So it
Yeah.
is not
there's
human
no
centipede.
there
Yeah.
was definitely
No.
no head on the lower half,
For now.
or on the lower port body, and the upper body definitely didn't have a lower half when it did this. So it's literally just the upper half of the upper body, and then the lower, missing the head, just shoulders and down of the lower body. And this one has what looks like a very big shotgun in his hands, one of his set of hands, whereas the other ones he's flexing repeatedly, and you can see what look like these almost spiky gauntlets on his hands.
Okay, so in Sylvan, I'll respond, friend or foe? Which can be easily translated in like a feeling. The best.
A feeling as if, is it a friend or are they a friend?
Are they its friends or foes?
Oh no, foe.
Who do you look for?
It shows the images of them again. And then you get a question as in, who does it respond to?
Yes.
You get an image of a very well-muscled black man working out in a field, in the middle of the field. Every time he swings his axe to till up the ground, a whole row of the ground tills up. And you can see he's using druidic magic to do this. It's Rowan Johnson.
Oh. Nice. How do you know Sylvan? Why is Sylvan the language picked here?
It responds in Aran, which you don't know. But you actually do know. What am I talking about? I'm looking at your specific languages. So I'm like, oh wait, that's not an accurate list of languages you know. You do know Arin. It says, this is my main tongue, which you can tell it speaks much better, this language. But it was taught Sylvan by an elf, which in turn taught Rowan and his father how to be druids.
Oh. Where's the elf?
The elf has long passed.
That's not natural.
There is a disturbance in the camp below.
Attention. Just.
You see, climbing out of the dirt, including the dirt you stepped on, what looks like a bunch of skeletal zombies. They look like cowboys, but, skeletal zombie cowboys. And as they're all climbing out, some of them look like they make jokes at the other ones, jibes and whatnot, but you can't really hear what they're saying.
Hey, Steve, is that you?
It's very reminiscent of a bunch of dead people clawing their ways out of their coffins and out of their graves, essentially.
Damn, alive again.
But they don't seem to have noticed that you even noticed their camp.
Okay, so Deshae will get in his head. Can I attempt to breathe fire now?
Sure. Hold on.
Yes! No! Oh, wait, hold on.
I'm gonna go over to everyone. What's it looking like?
Last I knew, you were shooting with everyone.
No, I mean on your end. How's it going for you guys?
I'm ready as a
He's got
pumpkin in a
issues.
garden full of harvesting toddlers for the wonderful Halloween season.
Okay.
What kind of armor would I have gotten to outfit these guys with?
Pretty agile, like...
Padded.
Yeah, padded like armor. Which doesn't really restrict their movement at all, and most of them can wear with ease over what they've got on. You gave them some pretty good armor.
Instead of responding,
It's like Kevlar.
all of a sudden we're just kind of around all of them, just handing things out to everyone. Even if you're not fighting, you get armor. You get armor, and you get armor, and you get armor, and like the
Check under
little
your
ones,
chair. You've
like,
got armor.
Yeah, for sure.
That's right, and all of the robots are helping the children get into their armor and whatnot. If there are any pets, if there's any dogs or cats around,
There
we're
are
trying
not.
to get there in. There aren't. Okay. A gerbil, maybe.
There's a distinct
They were all
lacking
eaten a
of
long time ago.
animals. Probably by wandering shamblers.
Food.
These things do happen.
It's tragic.
I send them back to get the armor, blah blah blah, and get ready. I'm gonna say.
You're gonna notice the tower, by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna say to Mexionix. Okay, if you think it's a good idea, and then I'm
If it
gonna
works,
go.
it'll be great.
Yes. Emma, can you see me?
Yep.
You can hit this, right?
Yep. I say as I send a crossbow bolt by his head.
Oh, I was gonna say if you hit my feet, I can pick it up for you. That way you don't waste a crossbow bolt.
Nice.
All crossbow bolts don't matter.
Yeah, for the most part, I've restocked on those too. See?
Perfect. We're gonna lay low, surprise them. Maybe
Oh,
they'll
dapper.
get cocky. Group up.
Hey,
How
I
big's the radius on your explosives?
30 feet.
Okay, well, oh shit, 30 feet?
Yep. And I got a really bad idea.
What's the idea, I say?
So, you know how people fall at a standard rate, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what happens if you teleport high enough and then start getting off a bunch of different shots while falling, and then teleport before you hit the ground and trying not to hit it? For example, if I use Dimension Door right on the ground, right? And then I had the opposite end standing up straight, vertical to the horizon or vertical to the ground, would I come out facing towards the ground or would I come out in a running stance? If I come out in a running stance, I'm fine, right? Like, I avoid all of that damage potential. But at the same time, if I'm up there and then I'm falling down and going, woo, but shooting at it, then I could lay down a lot of these big explosions before they even get close to us.
I understood what some of that meant.
Theory and work. I might try it.
Okay.
This is
Either
gonna be
way,
a bad idea. I'm okay.
hit him. And I'm gonna look over to both of the crops here and here, above and below.
Boop, 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 boop. Let me maneuver to the map. Okay, we're cool.
I'm gonna go, hell. And I'm gonna go tell the sheriff. But I'm gonna quickly mark this point with something. Here we go. Anyway, and I'm gonna tell him there might be a problem with your crops. What we've got in mind for an ambush is gonna do some damage.
The old man Johnson suddenly puts up his hand. He's standing just outside the inn next to the sheriff. He goes, "There will not be a problem with the crops. You don't have to worry about it."
These are not the droids you are looking for.
These are not the crops to be concerned about.
You said droids? Who was calling me? Somebody talk about droids? I mean, I feel like that's a racist slur, but I mean, I'll still respond to it.
Well, that's your problem. You're not a droid.
I know, but that's why it's offensive that I'm being, if I'm being referred to. Not because, but if. You see why I'm saying this? Because I'm not. Exactly. No, you're good.
Yeah, it's like people calling me a bunny.
Exactly.
Yeah,
See, you get it.
yeah, I get it. Hey, kindred spirits, yo. Do.
I'm gonna say, well, still, sorry for the inconvenience.
The
Now,
old man just nods.
is everybody ready? I say, call it out.
Sheriff looks out.
Mixie's making the first attack. We'll see how that goes.
Please work, please work, please work.
Oh shit, folks, here we go. Time to get all going. And everyone jumps into high gear. The elderly and incapable of firing and whatnot go down into the cellar of the inn. Old man Johnson stands at the door of the inn and stays there. But Rowan definitely climbs in the tower with the rest of the townsfolk to fire from there.
I'm gonna walk up to Old Man Johnson going, here. It's a crossbow bolt with a weird configuring at the front that's very green and overgrown.
Yeah, takes it.
It's got spell for plant growth inside of it. If we fuck up your crops, you can use that to grow it back quicker without using your own strength. Or you can save it for an emergency.
Very kind of you, little one.
I was going to use it to muck up people's feet, but I think it's better in your hands.
He wiggles his fingers, and you feel the ground kind of just move and shift ever so slightly.
I like druids. They're fun.
He smiles. All right, Mixie Nix. You're flying down to breathe fire and damnation upon the dries.
Yeah.
Roll for me a percentage die.
Ready. Smack dab 50.
Interesting. You breathe something, but it is not fire. What ends up happening is a lot of, like, it looks like fairy dust comes out and flows down upon them, and they all kind of look ridiculously confused for a moment, start brushing it off. You notice, like,
and then turn inside out.
You notice immediately.
There is the herpes of art supplies. I'd just like to point that out.
That Hansi
It's honestly
and
the worst
Andrew
thing.
They don't look confused for very long. They both seem to shake it, whatever it is, off, and then look up to try and figure out what just happened.
I'm a small dragon. Small
They probably
sky
don't
colored
notice
dragon.
They definitely don't notice you.
I just vomited glitter on everybody. I'm kind of sad.
That's honestly the
thing-
worst.
The next thing that happens, though, is you hear gunfire go off as these zombie skeletal cowboys start shooting at each other.
Did you get Charm Breath? You're a fairy type Pokemon with Charm Breath. You're a fairy type Pokemon with Charm Breath. That's what happened. You became a fairy type. You are a Sylveon. Congratulations.
You give him infighting mechanics?
What?
What is this, a Doom game? The enemies are fighting each
Yeah,
other?
they're straight up fighting each other.
Mixy,
yeah.
next.
There is commotion, and then
Squeak number 2. Please.
I would like to remind everybody
Squeak number 2.
that we had the option earlier to roll credits and end, and we didn't. And now we're here, all right? We had the option for this to be over, and it's not. So, like, this is on all of us, and I'm just here to point that out. Thank you very much. This has been my TED Talk.
that was
Subscribe to my.
a horrifying
I
noise,
want
must
a minute long TikTok of all the squeaks.
Oh, this-
Just squeaks, minute long. And just put what I'm saying right now in front of me. With the
It's just
squeaks
a
going
minute
on in the
long
background.
as the squeaks are going on.
I've been like this all day.
Yeah.
Oh, what a day!
Oh, God.
Well then. Anyway, you do hear a lot of gunfire go off, and then all at once, roll a perception roll for me, actually. The bird's gonna do the same. The bird's not gonna see this.
Burp.
I am though.
For a total of
26 with a nat 20.
26.
Right,
Very
right.
nice.
Perception. Perception's a
Yes, perception. Very nice. You definitely notice. Hansi, you see 2 hands pop out of his sleeves and immediately open fire, very similar to how Deshane fires with his guns. It's like all 6 bullets fire simultaneously while actually firing sequentially. And then those hands disappear and another set of hands suddenly appears. And he does it again. And then those hands disappear and another set of hands disappears and he does it again. But the thing you'll notice is that each time he's switching out, none of these hands match. Some of them look older than others, like they've been dead and husky for longer. While one of them looks like it's newly attached. Like it's still pretty fresh.
Everyone
and
he takes the
bleeding.
hands of, calling it now. Babe Ruth in it.
Hansi.
Does anybody else have the scene from Boondock Saints where the dad comes in with the chest full of pistols in their playing in their head, where it's just click, 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 click. There. Yeah, no, that's what I have in my head going. Just more pistols coming out. Click, 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 click. Yeah, that was the scene I had in my head. At that point.
I'm thinking about his body like one of those little elf cooking, baking trees. Like he is the tree, and inside there's just a bunch of people going, "We gotta reload these really quickly. Get out the shells. Put in the new ones. Put it back in the hand.
Quick,
We've
another
already
one.
used Jimmy's hand. Someone else do it then."
Here's one. Anyway, meanwhile, Andrew doesn't fire a shot. He just watches as this happens, and you see Hansi literally gun down all the rest of the others. Each shot perfectly placed in the dome of every single one of these individuals, and they all just
relaying
collapse.
this information.
How far away are they from us?
Oh, they're quite the distance away. You don't even hear this.
Okay. So very long ways away. Okay.
Yeah, Mixinix is talking to you because she's special like that.
Special.
But yeah, you then hear him start just cursing up a storm, and then he's basically ranting to Andrew about how he's gonna have to rebuild them now.
Question. Actually, sorry.
Go on.
If I may. So, Mixie, can you send me images?
Can I? I know I've received images. I don't know if I've ever sent images.
I mean, if you've received them, you can send them, and you have
Yeah.
received them.
Great. And how early on would you be communicating this? What's going on? What they're doing?
Once I've made sure that they're all dead and that they're sitting there complaining about needing to rebuild, be like, okay, this is a little moment to communicate that I made them all go insane. They all shot each other. Only the two big guys are left, and they're bitching and complaining about having to rebuild.
Where at?
A campsite.
No, where at exactly? Show me.
I'm trying to show you. Never done it before, so. But I'll try.
And you get a pretty high up visual, of the campsite.
Awesome.
But you see where it is.
I can't breathe fire, but I can breathe confusion.
I would like to teleport 2,000
Alright.
feet above Mixinix. And while falling,
Good
just
lord.
start shooting bolts of fireball down on
It is
top of
going
their
to be
image.
Very interesting.
Do you warn me about this?
The mechanics of this, because you're trying to reach terminal velocity, which is 200, I believe, feet. Though you will
D&D
drop at
flat
500
mechanics.
feet per turn.
Yeah, D&D flat mechanics
Right.
is 500
Well,
feet
it's
per turn.
500. It's 500 feet that you drop instantly per turn, but it's
Yep.
only a maximum velocity of 200, right? Because it's only 20d6 that you can take as terminal velocity fall damage.
I never bothered calculating it that far. I always just kept adding the dice.
It is.
So.
I've had to do a lot of.
Yeah.
We've used
Sure.
gravity before,
Let's-
very recently,
Let's
so I
use
can tell
actual
you that
math.
there's actual
map
terminal
this
velocity,
out.
and it's 200 feet. It's 20d6. That's the terminal velocity of.
I'm
falling.
not actually trying to reach terminal velocity. I'm just trying to get 4 shots off before
you will, though.
I'm able to.
Try
Oh
nothing,
yeah,
you will.
I'll easily hit terminal velocity doing this. But what you would probably hear Smasher and Deshane is, well, this is the perfect fucking time, and then just disappear out of sight.
I'm gonna
yeah.
look back at everyone in the tower and say, things have escalated at their encampment. And then I'm just gonna turn back the way I'm looking.
It's probably a new site for the
Yeah, go
townsfolk
ahead.
too. Just
Fire. Yeah, fire 4 times. And tell me what kind of bolts you're firing.
So, quick question. Would I be able to steady aim this at all? Because it's a bonus action to steady aim it. And that's if we're using, like, full round stuff. Because I can only get 1 shot off per round assassin. I don't have multiple attacks. But if I
Yeah,
can steady aim
yeah,
it,
you're specifically trained for this sort of thing. So yeah, you can steady aim, bonus action, still fire 4 times.
Okay.
Essentially getting 4 rounds of firing.
4 rounds of firing, and then the last round it'll be me preparing an action so I can dimension door before I hit the ground, and hopefully...
I can catch you.
I'm not thinking about that. If you would like to do that, by all means, yes, do. But Emma's not thinking about it. She's more thinking about the dimension door aspect.
The minute I realize she's falling, I'm gonna be like...
Just a slight whistle. First...
Actually... Yeah, make your first 2 shots, and then I'm gonna have Mixinix do something, and then you can make your second 2 shots, and they might be easier.
Okay, so I'm an assassin. I don't think they're expecting this, but the first shot
Oh no,
was
they have no idea you're there.
2 natural 20s in a fucking row. That's
You
with
better take
advantage, though.
pictures, boy.
I took a picture. It's 2 natural 20s. That's with advantage. So it's just 1 shot, unfortunately, but that is guaranteed. Oh, they need to give me dexterity saving throws for all of these as well, because these are arrows of fireball.
They failed the first one.
Which is good, because that's going to be the assassinate one.
What's the DC?
I think it's 16. It's 16. Yeah.
Hansi passed the second one. Andrew failed the
take
second
half then. Second one is a 28.
Oh, 28 to hit, I take it?
Yeah, to hit the right location, right spot, right
And
area.
you're not specifically trying to hit one of them, you're specifically trying to hit their area.
For the first one, it would be one of them, the bigger one.
Okay, one of them. The bigger one. Oh yeah, he's easier to hit.
Would be the one I would be trying to hit, but for the following 3, it would be the area, because my gut reaction would be that they're going to try to move. I could just kind of go to a different area, so hitting them would be less appropriate. Just get them inside the surroundings of the fireball.
Perfect. So yeah, the first one hits for sure. Second one's probably going to hit for sure as well, to be honest, because it's technically easier to hit if you're not
so
actually
4
hitting something
fireballs in a
specific.
row.
4 fireballs in the row. The first one is
at
critical.
worst, you'll have their health.
At worst. Hopefully.
At worst. At most, you're going to just destroy them.
Third is a 32 to hit. And
You mean there's something that's going to happen that might make the third and fourth easier.
yeah. Okay. Third and fourth easier. Well, I've rolled them.
Yeah. Okay. 32
I'll just-
and
32 and wait. No, 30. Straight 30. That was a 16. Idiot me. That one's the 18. That one's a 32. So 30 and 32.
Mixinix, go ahead and roll an acrobatics for me. And then a strength save.
Acrobatics is a dirty 20.
Nice.
Strength save is 18.
18. Perfect.
I rolled 2 15s in a row.
Still like a dragon, you managed to grasp onto Emma's back and wrap your tail around her in such a way that you actually can work as her wings if you want to. In the same manner as which your wings actually work, because they are, in fact, their own separate entity known as Pip.
Tell me where we're going.
That's the only difference, is you actually have the lag of having to be told where to go.
Yeah.
But yes, that does mean the second 2 hits definitely hit in their area perfectly fine. And they both failed the third one. Hansi passes the fourth, but Andrew fails the fourth. So Andrew failed all 4. Hansi passed 2 of them.
Okay. So, which ones?
He did not pass the first one.
So he failed first, and he passed
the
other.
second and fourth.
Pass, and fail. And then the other one did,
Fail.
Oh, all fails. Just failed all round. That's really poor, unfortunate soul. And Hansy's the bigger one?
I know, the bigger one is Andy. Hansy's
okay.
the more dangerous one, probably.
The bigger one's gonna have a D4 for the favored foe added to his stuff. And the first last, I will use my damage change ability to change it to all force damage. So all of it is force damage. Okay, cool. I think I have all the right numbers written down. So 12d6, 72, plus 4, plus 10, plus 6, plus 8. Okay, so that's an even 100 for base damage without rolling.
How much of that is fire damage? Because this
None of
will
it.
actually
This
matter.
first strike is all force damage.
Force, okay. So 100 straight.
So 100 straight for minimum, that's without rolling. I'd still need to roll 12d6, a d4, a d10, and then actually 13d6. You know what, actually I'm just going to use D&D Beyond here. I hate digital dice, but this is a lot, and there's going to be a whole lot more rolling after this, so do it quicker. Listen to those dice. Plus 51, so 151 force damage for the first strike.
That's a lot of damage!
That's a lot of damage!
That's a lot of damage!
For the second... it's going to be 8 fire damage, which is 41, that's for the fireball.
Oh, 41 fire damage?
41 fire damage is for the second attack. And fire, along with... 4 force damage. 10. And 6 piercing. For the third, we've got... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The third one is 23 fire damage. That one's out. That one was kind of shite. A little bit. 6 force damage. Thank you for the max there. And 9 piercing damage. And the final one, we've got, 25 fire damage. Again, not that good. Oh, another 6 force damage. And another 9 piercing damage. Thank you, D&D Beyond. You actually kind of liked me today. So, in total, between all of them, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a
you did
whole
lot
lot.
of damage. I gotta do math because that's more damage than you actually know.
So, at least a base, not considering passes or fails, it's 24 piercing damage. 16 plus the 150 is 1. 67 force damage, and 89 fire damage. That's over 250 points of damage. Hello, hello.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Give me a second. Let me calculate how much Andrew just took.
I think we just walked into a town, talked to him, gave him free stuff. 2 of us killed everyone that was the issue, and then we're just gonna leave. And it's been like 4 hours.
Yeah, not that much time. This is a party well known for doing this to their DM. So
yes.
I had a thought. If this, for whatever reason, if this doesn't kill them, I had a thought that I think Emma would enjoy. Considering it's somewhat along the similar lines of Emma. How far out are they?
They are quite the ways out there. You do not see them at all.
I know I probably
They're
can't
several
throw
miles.
there. Several miles?
I must admit, I didn't get this idea myself, actually. Ethan is the one responsible for giving me this idea many years ago when he did this to one of my bosses.
Yes, but we didn't drop from 2,000 feet. We dropped from 10 feet.
But there were 4 of you.
Yeah, and we landed on top of her while striking. Each one of us, bam, 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 like on all sides of her.
Well, so
You're
the
gonna
thought
laugh.
is. What?
They're not dead yet.
No shit.
All right, so the thought I had
Capable fuckers.
was if I could rocket boost on angle, I could probably, and then let go of whatever I'm holding, I could probably more or less rocket launch something from a pretty long distance, kind of like long distance artillery.
I love it.
I like accelerate my distance that I can, but as fast as possible and immediately stop. So what I'd like to do is take one of those small bombs, one of the smaller ones, because they'll probably be able to hold better in my hand, click it, turn it on, and just basically use myself as a like a railgun catapult. Ship long range artillery out. Like I'm like listening to what they're talking about. I'm going to calculate the slope and the angle, and then just ship one of those bombs out there. And like Mixie, you let me know how that hits.
Roll an attack for me.
That's a cocked. I'm gonna use a die I can actually read at night. What do I add anything to that? Or do you just want the die? Because it was a 19 on the die. I don't know what you want me to add
19
on that.
plus your strength.
My strength, just flat strength, is 2, so 21.
21. Yeah. I'm not going to tell you what rolls I'm going to roll here, but something does happen, and because of what you are capable of, and the fact that you are perfectly capable of making that calculation, you hit.
All right, well, let's see how big of those little explosives are. It's an M80 in my head.
You manage to maneuver Emma out of the way as something comes flying, having gotten a brief warning from Smasher that he was throwing something. It comes flying past and immediately latches onto Andrew Graves' head, where it goes poof, and the body of Andrew Graves just goes missing its head. So now it is 2 torsos without heads and some legs.
I am going to begin to roll 2 cigarettes, and I'm going to call down the sheriff from the tower.
He comes down.
I'm going to light both of them, and I'm going to hand him one.
He
and I'm going to
accepts it.
say, so my companions are taking care of the problem. Mixie, the pink one, got the drop on them. And she is far more powerful than she thinks she is. I think this is going to be cleaned up pretty quickly. So you and your townspeople are free to keep the weapons and armor in order to continue to defend yourselves.
It will help a lot.
Yes, I'm sorry for the inconvenience of getting everyone ready.
Hey, it's better to be ready and not do anything than to be ready and still die.
This is true. This is true. Either way.
You can see that he seems to be relaxing. And calming down now. He goes, oh shit. What a good day.
The tall one with many arms is already dead. Mixie just told me.
Andrew Graves marked off the list. Perfect. Alright then. And he's gonna start organizing the folks, letting them know.
I'm just gonna stand there, waiting to see if this guy somehow teleports the... What's knocked over my mic? Holy shit.
At this point, Hansy is running. And he's running the opposite direction of the town.
Keep me up with him.
Mixie?
Well, I'm just gonna
that?
finish him off.
How was that shot?
Guy's head is gone.
You did great. Wait, you're talking to Smasher, right? I can't actually hear him. Remember, I'm out of his range.
You want another? Do we need another one? I can, like, you just need to tell me where to shoot.
You're firing, I take it, Emma?
Yeah, I'm continuing to shoot him down and asking Mixie to keep me with pace with him.
All right, fire away.
Fire away, fire away.
And Mixie, you can easily keep pace with this guy. He's not that fast. Yet.
This might be interesting. I'll do a blinding smite on him.
Interesting.
The 30.
30 to hit?
Can I cast a spell first?
Oh.
What spell?
I didn't think that far ahead. I haven't had a moment to do anything for a second. I caught the rabbit, and then I was like, I wanted to... probably because that's the kind of mood I'm in. Guiding Bolt? I have that one, right?
I was thinking you were gonna Guiding Bolt.
Up the butt.
Yeah.
Guiding Bolt's so clutch.
Can I cast Guiding Bolt?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna cast it at a high level, because why not?
Sorry, DM. We kinda ganked your bosses and...
Oh, it's fine. They deserved it.
Okay, it's a plus 13 to hit.
Okay.
So that's 26 to hit with Guiding Bolt.
What?
At the 4th level.
Bolt.
So that's 7d6 radiant. And then I have to roll the percentage. 5, 9, 15, 14, 15, 16, 20, 30 points of radiant.
Oof.
Hold on. Now the fun part. Literally, I could have cast any spell I wanted. I just wanted the wild magic. Okay.
You were muted, Smasher. I didn't hear you.
What is...
Screaming in my head, polymorph, polymorph!
So I rolled a 10 and a 29, and at 10, I cast Magic Missile at the 5th level.
Yep, there you go.
So let me pull that up.
That hits.
That hits.
Don't even need to roll to see if that hits. This guy is just getting pelted.
Yeah. I think it's D4s, so I'm gonna have to... How many D4s is that? So it's... 3, and that's the first level. So 7d4, of course. Four, 8. You're not gonna believe me, but 12. 15, 19, 22, 25. I rolled 4s and 3s the entire time.
That's pretty nice. He's hurting. He is
And this-
hurting bad.
Yeah, I feel better now though.
Well, for my 30 crossbow bolt, I'm making it all.
It hits.
Okay, cool. Good. It's all force damage. First attack.
You get advantage because guiding bolt.
Yes.
Which
And it does 41 points of force damage.
Hey, Smasher, you remember preparing a town for a fight?
I would just like to say both Emma and I said we don't need the town.
We did.
So
This is
as
Yes, but I kind of
Deshane
wanted
is
to
asking
fun
that-
up.
I'm sorry.
As Deshane's asking that, Smasher's lighting up one of the TNT, getting ready to launch it, going, what?
What?
And then just gets ready and just chucks it. I don't know. It'll get there eventually. I mean, it takes time. That's a lot of miles.
He is going to get an action, which, because of what he is doing, unless you have a dispel arrow or something like that,
I do.
you guys are going to lose him.
I do.
Well, what you see happening is it looks like a spectral steed is forming underneath him, and as it is forming, he is disappearing.
I will shoot the spectral. I will shoot him with the dispel arrow.
Okay. Open fire.
Fire away, fire away. Let's. Oh my gosh. That is a 24.
24 is not going to hit him.
Hold on.
Shit.
I have a question.
Wait, hang on.
I have Forecaster, so I can use my reaction to cast spells with one action that targets a... Can I cast a spell magic?
As a reaction, is that?
It's a little bit of a bend. I have a Forecaster.
Not technically, he's right, because there's a question. What is Mixie's actual range? What would, technically speaking, what is Mixie's range for attack of opportunities? Because that would be the bigger question there.
Oh, if it's within sight.
Yeah. I mean, as an attack of opportunity, that would make, yeah.
Because the reaction...
Generally,
reactions
that's
have limits?
Yeah, they do. You have to be within 5
Yeah.
feet and moving out of the combat
Generally,
range.
it's within melee range. Generally, it's within melee range.
We're
Which,
also
if you
not
have
talking about a
range,
god.
But for spell reaction.
Spell
But for
reactions.
Spell reactions.
No,
Casting
spell
time
reactions.
of one action. Okay.
Yeah.
That was my main
This gets really blurry.
Where is Dispel? Dispel magic? One
It is
action.
one action.
I will let you do that.
Because it's just if you can see, right? Within sight.
Wow.
Which is such
Well,
a
I mean-
vague description of distance. Because
Yeah,
you can see
there's-
something moving a few miles
The
away.
the DM is being very lenient concerning certain ruling. Most DMs would say this would be
you have been
melee related.
extraordinarily
I
lenient.
would
love
as
it.
well, mainly because a reaction triggering a reaction is very specific, and
And it
when
says
it says
melee.
the spell has to be within an action, so you can't cast a 1 minute casting spell at
Right.
that point. It has to be an action for casting, but you can do it as a reaction because of your feat.
It is a
Yeah.
one action.
Yeah, this one is definitely a one action spell.
So I have to do that, and then I have to deal with the consequences of my actions.
You do need to roll to see if you dispel this spell.
Yeah. But I still cast a spell, so I still have to deal with the
Yeah,
consequences.
you still
of-
do the consequences.
Do one more before you go there.
So let's see, 20. Oh, okay, cool. Because my spell casting ability is plus 6. Dirty 20? The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
as long as it.
that's going to dispel this one. First off, Emma, you would notice, because your eye are trained enough, that your arrow didn't actually go off, which indicates that it has an extra ticker there that
Aw.
basically said, "Oh, you didn't hit, so I won't go off."
Oh,
That's a little extra thing that Cephas can give you, by the way. So anytime you get spell stuff from Cephas or modify your stuff around Cephas's lab and everything, you can get that kind of a benefit, which means you can pick that up.
Yay!
And get it back without having expended it.
That being the case, I am okay. I have ideas. He's still going, right? He's still within range.
He does stumble and fall and trip and roll, and when he comes around, he is facing you, and you see him pointing his sleeves at you, which you then see inside his sleeves, more or less, is this shadowy area that lots of hands are, and 2 of them pop out. He does attempt to shoot at you.
I gotta hand it to him.
There is the wild magic for me casting a spell.
Yeah, what's the wild magic you got?
I cast fog cloud centered around myself. It was either that or I get transported to the astral plane and Emma starts falling.
I can do the same thing. I could just go to the astral plane again, too.
So, you see him spinning around and his hands and all those hands inside his sleevesies. But you don't get obscured by the fog that comes out. However, he does. His shots go wild and completely miss you. But you can see that he empties both guns before his hands start retracting and 2 more, carrying 2 more guns, start coming out. But that's his turn. I'd say roll initiative, but he has 18 health left.
Yeah.
At what time would that TNT land?
Take him alive.
Take him alive.
Based on the movement and everything, your TNT is not going to hit him this time. And it will go off in the distance.
Shit. Take him alive.
I mean, that is an option, but he is not going to make it easy if you
All
want
right.
to, and I will have you roll initiative.
Here's a problem. He's not alive. So I'm gonna shoot him
that
with
is also
another
a problem.
blinding smite.
That's
Sorry,
true.
Mixie.
That's a technicality, but he's right.
He's not wrong.
We're not gonna get into the philosophical debate of what is alive.
This one's better. Oh, it's another 30. Okay. Because 16 plus 14. Another 30 on that. Which is, again, this is all force damage. It's got that, and we've got that. That's a lot of low numbers. 38. Oh, plus 8. Oh, I forgot to do plus 8 on the
To
other
hit?
one. No,
You probably
30.
would've hit with the other one.
30 to hit. It's a 30
Oh yeah,
to
30
hit.
hit last time, so.
But it's actually 47 points of damage. And if you're to include the plus 8 that I forgot last time round, 55.
Yeah. That's more than 18. Well, more than 10 because of
Yeah.
the 8 you forgot last time around.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And, you actually roll a perception roll for me now.
Both of us?
Yeah, both of you.
27.
Oh, nice.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Also good. You see him, the moment the bolt strikes him, and that, like, blinding smite activates and hits him, it's like his body just kind of explodes and falls to pieces. But something seemed wrong with how that happened.
I'm gonna investigate.
And we're gonna come back next week to that.
Okay.
Yay!
Yay!
Just before we go, I will message, or I will ask Mixie to message to Shane and Smasher to come and meet us, because and say like, tell the Shane I'm sorry. I know he's really excited to shoot some shit, and we really win ham on them.
I don't have complete control over all of my magic.
Neither do I. And that's where we'll finish. Sorry, that's where I'll.
That's where.
God, yeah, sorry, dude. Sorry, Define.
No, it's okay. I feel worse for the DM because I bet he was like, okay, I'm gonna set it up. We're gonna end the episode, and the next week we're gonna have a battle in town with all the NPCs. There's gonna be drama. There's gonna be action. There's gonna be, and then you two just fly in real quick in the last 20 minutes and just poop on those guys. Just.
I just love that I just breathe glitter and charm. What are you considering it? Are you considering it charm or?
It was essentially the Crown of Madness spell.
I love that. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
That is amazing. Crown of Madness.
Crown of Madness, bro.
Insane.
It ain't right. I mean, it's right.
It's
correct.
Technically,
Nothing is right about Mixie.
It ain't right. It ain't right.
Technically, Smasher got the killing blow on Andrew.
Yep.
Yeah, which is insane.
From
We're
miles
burning
away.
those bodies, by the way. We are straight up burning.
Oh, and you know that, like, now that I've thought about the idea of long range artillery.
It's gonna happen.
I'm not a Warforged for nothing. I know I went on a rant today about, like, that's racist, but, like, no, I am a Warforged. That is a thing.
Hey, you've got a
I was
pre-built
built for
catapult.
this.
That's
Yeah.
fixated to your back.
Rail guns. Just saying, we need to upgrade
The
it.
platform is technically a catapult.
Yeah. the
Ending
platform
this
is
week.
catapult.
Guns untouched. We'll see you next time, folks.
Yep.
Like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you. We
Yes,
love
all the good
you
stuff.
all.
YouTube merch.
Magnificent people.
Discord.
Good morning, good
We're
evening,
gonna
good
raid?
afternoon,
And
night.
check out Mixie and Smasher. They do shit too. We are gonna raid, actually. Talk about your stuff. Well, I
You two talk about your stuff.
get raid
Mixie, do it.
ready.
That's my VTuber model. I'm
Other side.
Inkfei. Come say hello. Other side, other side, other
There
side.
you go.
This side.
Inkfei.
Towards the flashes. Inkfei, that's me.
That's
Hey.
them.
Oh.
I'm a variety streamer with a penchant towards horror games. And playing with my friends. Especially this one. Okay, wait. This one. This.
I got this.
What? This.
Oh, you'll get it eventually.
Other way.
That way.
There you go.
He is right there in my Discord, okay? Like, right
Yeah, he's
there.
over there and there. That's Smasher for me. That's
There
Ethan for me.
and there and there. But it could be there.
All right, we're good now. We're gonna go to the end screen. We love you all. Thank you,
Bye.
Vaughn. You're a beautiful man.
Yeah, may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.